The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 11th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Cliff Bentz to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House, January 9th, 2024, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in 2022, more than 100,000 Americans lost their lives due to an overdose. Sadly, nearly 70% of those deaths involved some form of illicit fentanyl. These drugs, which are created in China and then manufactured, compounded in Mexico, and then trafficked across our open southern border, took the lives of enough Americans to fill Beaver Stadium at Penn State University. These deaths are the result of a southern border that has been thrown open to cartels and their operations by a president who refuses to enforce our laws. By inviting mass illegal immigration, President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have stretched our border resources too thin and allowed the cartels to move their deadly drugs with impunity. It is time to pass a border bill that will fully fund the resources that our Border Patrol agents so desperately need. It is time to return to the Remain in Mexico policy. And it is time to put a stop to the fentanyl poisonings that have taken far too many American lives. Mr. Speaker, last week, during the State of the Union address, the American people saw a campaign speech, not a plan to fix the economy that President Biden's failed policies has left in shambles. In the first 2 years of his disastrous administration, President Biden passed reckless spending bills that sent inflation soaring by 17%. Today, a mother visiting the grocery store would find that the price of juice is up 30%. The cost of beef is up 10%. Vegetables, up 5%. And the price of bread, up 3%. Ultimately, these costs add up. And over the course of a year, the average American family is paying an additional $11,000 just to afford the basics that they need. Pennsylvanians cannot afford the government red tape and spending that has caused this runaway inflation. Pennsylvanians and all Americans certainly cannot afford the budget that President Biden is proposing, which would only amount to yet another year of runaway spending. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as crimes continue to surge in cities across the U.S., it has become clear that calls to defund the police and attempts to interfere with law enforcement have put our communities and our families in danger. Across 32 major cities, car thefts have increased by 33%. And here in Washington, D.C., carjackings are up nearly 100%. Sadly, President Biden has ignored this crime wave and has refused to address the victims who now worry about living in their own homes. Surging violent crimes in our cities makes all Americans more vulnerable, and it is time for radical members of this body to finally show their support of police officers. It is time for us to send a clear message that we will always stand with the men and women in blue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today on March 11th, 35 days away from April 15th, the tax filing deadline for 2024. This is certainly not a joyful, happy event, but it is important to acknowledge that the IRS recently reported that 85% of Americans pay their taxes on time. For most others, extensions are requested due to paperwork delays, illness, or other exigencies, which is proof that the vast majority of Americans understand their civic and legal duty to file a return. 2 weeks ago, the IRS announced an astonishing new initiative to chase down 125,000 high-income individuals who, get this, have failed to even file a tax return since 2017. That's right. 125,000 cases have been opened on individuals with income over $400,000 per year that filed no returns in the last 6 years. 25,000 of those cases involve individuals with income over $1 million per year. It's hard to believe that anyone with that level of income would have the chutzpah to refuse to file a return and think they would get away with it. But in fact, the IRS has reported that in all these cases, it received third-party information such as W-2 forms from employers and 1099 forms from financial institutions that clearly indicate these people received income in these ranges, but never filed their own return, and of course never paid legally required tax. How is it possible that such flagrant, arrogant behavior went unnoticed, you might ask? It's because Congress, most notably Republican majorities in Congress, that for decades have willfully starved the IRS of staff and technology to track such freeloaders. Here's the record. From 1994 to 2021, the workforce of the IRS has been cut by Republicans in Washington by 1/3. At the same time, America's population has grown by 1/3. As a result of defunding the IRS has been able to run its non-filer program only sporadically since 2016. Because of this, tax cheats have gotten bolder and more brazen. The good news, as the IRS Commissioner Danny Werfel reported 2 weeks ago, because of the Inflation Reduction Act, which passed in the last Democratic-controlled Congress without a single Republican vote, the IRS now has more staff and technology to pursue such blatant tax cheats. Werfel estimates that this non-filer initiative alone is focused on financial activity of more than $100 billion. Since this effort started 2 weeks ago, it's unclear exactly how much tax and penalty will be recovered, but given that the failure to file penalties are 5% per month on tax owed, conservative estimates are in the hundreds of millions of dollars will be recovered for past years and even more for future compliance. I want to be clear. This effort is not auditing the content of taxpayer returns. These are cases of high-income earners who had the gall not even to file a return. Mr. Speaker, this behavior is an insult to hardworking fellow Americans who obey the law and fulfill their civic duty, and at the end of the day, bear the financial cost of this despicable misconduct. Speaking of the middle class, Werfel made it clear that this new auditing effort on non-filers is aimed at high-income tax cheats. That is in accordance with the Treasury directive by Secretary Janet Yellen that there would be no new enhanced IRS auditing of middle-class Americans. And that makes sense. The National Bureau of Economic Research estimates that audits aimed at the top 10% of Americans generate $12 of revenue for every $1 spent. That proportion declines dramatically with lower income filers. It is a good thing that the 2022 Inflation Reduction Act is now at least partially restoring IRS's capacity to ensure that all of the rich actually file the returns and pay their fair share of taxes. And it is a good thing that Democrats have blocked Republicans' efforts to once again cripple the IRS's funding over the last year and a half. Independent analysts, such as the Congressional Budget Office, have confirmed that this effort to track down scofflaws will actually cut the deficit. Indeed, the IRS announced that the Inflation Reduction Act effort will bring in $561 billion new dollars from 2024 to 2034. For the 85% of Americans who work hard and play by the rules, teachers, cops, nurses, factory workers, office workers, retirees, military service members, to name just a few, who pay their taxes with each paycheck, making sure that the wealthy file their returns and pay too, is fundamental to a fair and just society. The Inflation Reduction Act is doing exactly that. So as this April 15th approaches, the message is now clear for the well-to-do delinquents. The free ride is over. You have to obey the law and file your return just like everyone else. This is not too much to ask. No more freeloaders. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since President Biden took office, there have been 8.7 million illegal crossings nationwide. There have been over 7.2 million illegal crossings of our southern border. The total number of illegal immigrants who have entered through our southern border is greater than the population of 36 states, including Iowa. Last week, the Republican-led House took a stand and passed the Laken-Riley Act, legislation introduced by Representative Mike Collins. This is in addition to having passed H.R. 2, a border security and immigration bill. This legislation honors the life and memory of Laken Riley and other victims of the Biden administration's open border policies and enforces immigration laws. The legislation also requires the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged with theft in the United States. I voted for the Laken Riley Act to honor Laken Riley and protect our communities. I also voted in honor of the countless victims of the border crisis, the Angel families, like Molly Tibbetts, a 20-year-old University of Iowa student who was killed by an illegal immigrant from Mexico who lived in the United States for several years before murdering Molly, and like Laken Riley, was out for a jog. These heartbreaking stories of both Laken and Molly are a constant reminder that our immigration system is broken and that the Biden border crisis is worsening by the minute. Remember, it was President Obama's Secretary of Homeland Security, Jay Johnson, who said more than 1,000 immigrants crossing the border is a crisis. In Iowa, according to the last CDC drug overdose mortality by state report, in 2021 we had a record high of 475 overdose deaths. Across the nation, overdose deaths cost the U.S. $1 trillion per year. And in San Francisco, during COVID, there were more deaths from overdose in the 18 to 45-year-old age group than deaths from COVID. Yet, during the President's State of the Union address last week, he delivered a lackluster campaign speech masked as a State of the Union address that was divisive, touted empty policies, and swept the chaos at our southern border under the rug, all while putting blame on somebody else instead of where it resides, and that's with President Biden and his administration. I'm not surprised that the President failed to mention the decline of our nation during his State of the Union address, but I'm disappointed. I am disappointed that the President prized appearances, the appearance of a strong nation, the appearance of a strong economy, over the harsh realities that many Americans face. We cannot continue to ignore this aggressive overreach of the Biden administration and the mounting border crisis due to his overturning of policies and not enforcing immigration laws. I will not ignore the mounting crisis, and I urge my colleagues to join me and work to keep our communities safe from the Biden border crisis and the fentanyl and illegal drugs that are crossing our border. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the University of Iowa women's basketball team. Yesterday, the incredible team won their third consecutive Big Ten tournament title. Led by Coach Bluter, the Hawkeyes beat Nebraska in overtime. The team did an outstanding job. Hannah Stolke had 9 rebounds. Cindy Offalter registered her third straight 10-point performance and her second career double-double with 11 points and a team-best 11 rebounds. Gabby Marshall and Kate Martin were instrumental in getting us to overtime. And Caitlin Clark was named the Big Ten Tournament MVP for the third consecutive tournament. Caitlin is only the second player since 1995 to earn MVP honors in 3 consecutive straight tournaments. I am extremely proud of our women's basketball team on their stellar performance and their record-breaking season. So, job well done, and congratulations to the University of Iowa women's basketball team on winning the Big Ten tournament. And go Hawks! With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, last week President Biden delivered hopefully his final State of the Union address that included heavily selective statistics that painted a one-sided account of the state of our economy. I rise to add some important context that gives a better snapshot of the economic condition conditions facing working families I represent in Tennessee. For starters, American families now spend an average of $1,000 more per month than 3 years ago just to get by. This means they're paying 20% more for necessities like food and rent, and nearly 30% more to power and heat their homes. It's a staggering $11,400 more every year just on the basics, just to get by. The average monthly payment on a new home was $1,746 before this president. Now the average mortgage on a new home is $3,322 every month. That's almost double. These rising mortgage payments are a direct result of higher interest rates, which are due to the reckless and runaway spending of this administration. I believe it wouldn't have been this way if President Biden had heeded the advice of economists from both parties and fiscal conservatives like myself. Had he not advocated for the disastrous spending bills which passed on a mostly partisan basis, the economy would not have overheated to the extent that it has. The $1.9 trillion stimulus package that the president proposed and passed early in his administration directly links to the soaring inflation that immediately followed. And it was to be expected. In fact, former Democratic Treasury Secretary Larry Summers predicted exactly this outcome. Making matters worse, this administration has hardly mentioned the ballooning national debt, which now approaches $34.5 trillion. In the first quarter of this fiscal year, the federal government spent $500 billion more than it collected. This is simply unsustainable. In his address last week, we also heard the president tout small business growth and low unemployment. The speech, however, did not include the barriers employers around the country endure because of his administration's policies. To date, the Biden administration has finalized 838 new regulations, which come with a projected negative economic impact of $470 billion annually and 291 million hours of additional paperwork for American workers. I'll close with another statistic. A recent national poll shows that only 38% of voters approve of this administration's handling of the economy. More than half of those polled believe President Biden's policies will continue to increase prices. I agree. That's just one of the reasons why I am committed to supporting policies that foster economic growth, unburden our job creators, and end the reckless and unnecessary deficit spending. Our children, my children, cannot afford the reckless spending policies of this administration, and I will do everything in my power to ensure that they do not have to foot the bill for this administration's mistakes and misguided policies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor and remember the extraordinary life of Marion Camardo. Marion was a loving wife, mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother who passed away on November 1st, 2023. Throughout her long and admirable life, she made a significant contribution to her family and community in historic Auburn, New York. I'm so grateful that I had the honor and privilege to meet Marion. Her kindness and love shone through her gleaming and welcoming smile. And I also want to welcome here in our chamber today her son, John, and her grandson, Anthony, as they sit and actually get to witness a beautiful memory of their great mother and grandmother. Marion was born in East Rochester, New York, to Ralph and Arginda Reginelli on August 28, 1929, and moved to Auburn as a child. After graduating from Auburn Central High School, she worked at several clothing stores and went on to manage Stevens Department Store. Marion married Professor Joseph Camardo in 1955 and eventually grew their family to include children Joseph Jr., Mary Ann, Donna, John, and Lisa. Learning on her good business sense, she earned a small fortune and was able to send all of her children to college. I can say from experience that Marion raised her children to be kind, tenacious, and community-oriented, as her son John, who's here today, John Camardo, has become a good friend and is a leader in our community. Marion was also a respected community leader herself, being part of the Italian Heritage Society and a patron of the Auburn Civic Band. She continued her civic duty as an election inspector for the Board of Elections and participated in elections, serving as the Cayuga County on the Cayuga County Republican Committee. She was known for her flair for design, which she took to create a beautiful home for her family to host parties throughout the decades in the community. Marion led her community based on her faith, having served as a parishioner of St. Francis Church and serving as a Eucharistic minister and on the school and parish committees. Marion always served with distinguished humility and graciousness, having put faith and family ahead of herself. For fun, Marion enjoyed the classic movies and music such as Frank Sinatra Jr. and Christina Fontanelli, both of whom she was instrumental in bringing to Auburn through her work at the Italian Heritage Society. Her joy in life was helping others and her family, all while keeping herself humble and committed to embody her faith outwardly. As she was a woman of strong faith and devotion, it's heartwarming and maybe not coincidental that she passed away on All Saints' Day. But not without waiting to be with her family one last time during her final moments. She parted her family with one last piece of advice, which is to never give up hope, no matter how difficult life may be. Today, we honor and remember Marion and her wonderful family. She is an inspiration for all to strive to maintain the values of compassion and commitment to our communities. My sincere thanks to Marion for her wise advice. May God bless Marion, her family, and her community. We are grateful that she lived and this wonderful soul was part of our community. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair reminds members not to refer to persons in the gallery. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Praise be to you, O God, our Creator, in all that has been revealed to us, in all that we have received by your grace, we greatly rejoice. Though we face a multitude of challenges in our work, in our nation, and in our own families, yet we rejoice. In the face of trials, troubles that threaten our well-being, our security, our certainty, yet we give thanks. As gold is proven pure when refined by fire, may our faith, which is so much more valuable than gold, also be proven genuine. Though we have not seen you, may we demonstrate our love for you, even as we love our neighbor. Though we cannot see you, may we live out our belief in you, even as we approach the labor of this day. With an unspeakable and wondrous joy for the steadfast, loving care you offer us, we offer ourselves to you. To you be glory and honor, now and forever. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
Please join me in a pledge to our wonderful flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks the 1-year anniversary of Julie Sue's tenure as Acting Secretary of Labor. Why 1 year as Acting Secretary? Sue doesn't have the support or votes to be confirmed. As California's Secretary of Labor, Ms. Sue allowed fraudsters to steal $32 billion in unemployment insurance, and she supported AB 5, a state law she now wants to make federal law that denies workers the freedom to choose their work. Now she's pursuing a radical agenda at the Department of Labor, writing 75 new regulations that will hurt workers and job creators. Acting Secretary Sue continues to thumb her nose at Congress and the American public. Under Ms. Sue's leadership, DOL has stonewalled congressional oversight. In fact, in December, she failed to comply with the duly served congressional subpoena. The American people deserve better leadership at DOL. Mr. President, withdraw Ms. Sue's nomination. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fires last August devastated our Maui ohana in many ways, adding to the unbearable weight of losing loved ones and homes, the tremendous economic loss from businesses destroyed, and the steep drop in tourism compounded the suffering for thousands of families. In the months after the fires, there were over 10,000 new claims for unemployment, but not everyone impacted qualified for regular unemployment insurance. Thankfully, under President Biden's major disaster declaration, Disaster Unemployment Assistance, or DUA, filled the gap, providing $7.8 million to thousands of Maui residents. DUA benefits for Maui expired on February 10th, but our people are still hurting. As of January, the unemployment rate for the island of Maui stood at 6.2%, an increase compared to 5.8% in December, and well above our state average of 3.1%. Last week, I led the Hawaii Congressional Delegation in introducing legislation to extend disaster unemployment benefits from 26 weeks to 39 weeks for Maui residents impacted by the fires. My bill applies those benefits retroactively to qualified individuals. Our people are focused on recovery, but we need the House to pass this bill now, continue this critical relief, and help our people get back on their feet again. Mahalo, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Utilizing Space Efficiently and Improving Technologies, or Use It Act. This legislation, which was introduced by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, directs the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB, and the General Services Administration, or GSA, to establish standard methodologies to measure occupancy in public buildings and federally leased space. It also requires FSA and OMB to take steps to reduce or consolidate space if utilization falls below 60%. Currently, federal office space utilization averages an unbelievably low 25% or less for most major agencies. This bill, which I'm proud to support, would ensure our federal workers are utilizing the workspace taxpayers are paying for. Mr. Speaker, it's been 4 years since the pandemic. It's past time federal workers return to the office where they are most efficient to ensure they remain accountable to taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight that last week, Congress came together to deliver full funding for WIC nutrition assistance. Without this action, access to this critical program would have been put at risk for thousands of mothers, children, and families, including 1 million Californians. As someone who knows the difference that federal nutrition programs make in our communities, I was proud to see us reach a bipartisan solution to deliver funding needed to avoid a benefits cliff later this year. WIC helps put food on the tables in the Central Coast for many communities. It helps our children grow strong and do better in school. It helps expectant mothers by protecting their future children's development. Every dollar we invest in WIC saves more than $2 in other expenses. That's a win-win. I advocated for full funding of WIC, and I am proud to see this common sense win for our families sign into law. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, during President Biden's politically charged, factually inaccurate, and often confusing State of the Union speech, we heard a lot of excuses about the problems American families are facing. One line from the President's speech stood out to me. Because of my investments, family farms are better able to stay in the family. Well, this rosy picture painted by our president doesn't tell the whole story, and his own Department of Agriculture's data proves it. Under President Biden, rural America and our family farms are in crisis. We're in the middle of the largest agricultural trade deficit on record. Farm input costs from fuel to fertilizer have skyrocketed. Interest rates are sky high, and grocery prices are up 21% since Biden took office. The State of the Union is expensive, rural America is struggling, and our family farms are in dire straits. As the New York Post recently said, shrinkflation and many other problems are the bitter harvest of Bidenomics. Thankfully, we have the opportunity to course correct, to revitalize rural America and truly get our family farms back on track. And we'll do this through the Farm Bill, one of the few remaining exercises in good governance left in Washington, D.C. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle would join me and truly uplift our family farms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise this morning to pay tribute to and welcome to Washington, D.C., a group of dedicated nursing...
The gentlewoman will suspend.
I seek unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise this morning to pay tribute to and welcome to Washington, D.C., a group of dedicated nursing and respiratory therapy students and professionals from West Coast University and American Career College. West Coast University has been educating and preparing students for nursing and healthcare-related careers for more than 100 years. WCU is well known for its preeminent undergraduate, master's, and doctorate nursing programs. WCU established a campus in Dallas in 2012, and in 2021, after a decade of proven excellence in student outcomes, WCU opened a state-of-the-art nursing, occupational therapy, and physician assistance campus in Richardson. The school serves approximately 1,100 campus-based and 2,000 online students. WCU also has a campus in Florida that serves approximately 1,000 students. Through its campuses in Texas, California, and Florida, West Coast University and American Career College are expanding access to nursing education and addressing workforce shortages among healthcare professionals across the United States. They're committed to preparing the next generation of healthcare professionals to meet our country's rising demand for care. Please join me in welcoming these fine students to our nation's capital as they share with Congress their experience, passion, and perspective on providing quality nursing and healthcare. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on March 8, 2024 at 7:43 p.m. that the Senate passed Senate 3853, that the Senate agrees to the House amendment to the Senate amendment to the bill, H.R. 4366, that the Senate agreed to without amendment, House Concurrent Resolution 94, signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
Pursuant to Clause 4 of Rule 1, the following enrolled bills were signed by the Speaker on Friday, March 8, 2024.
H.R. 4366, Senate 992.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, I have the honor to transmit a sealed envelope received from the White House on March 9, 2024 at 12:10 p.m., said to contain a message from the President regarding the designation of funding as an emergency requirement in H.R. 4366, the Consolidated Appropriations Act, 2024. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
The clerk will report the message.
To the Congress of the United States, in accordance with Section 6 of the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2024, H.R. 4366, the Act, I hereby designate as emergency requirements all funding, including the transfer and repurposing of funds so designated by the Congress in the Act pursuant to Section 251B(2)A of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, as outlined in the enclosed list of accounts. The details of this action are set forth in the enclosed memorandum from the Director of the Office of Management and Budget. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House, March 9, 2024.
Referred to the Committee on Appropriations and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6277.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 341, H.R. 6277, a bill to amend the Federal Assets Sale and Transfer Act of 2016 to improve such act and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Titus, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 6277.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to thank the Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management Subcommittee Ranking Member Titus from Nevada for working with me on this piece of legislation. The Federal Assets Sale and Transfer Act, otherwise known as FASTA, was passed in 2016 to create a temporary board of experts to identify federal properties for sale and redevelopment. Unfortunately, the process has not worked as Congress originally envisioned, and this bill seeks to remedy that. Federal agencies are reluctant to let go of properties they don't need, and it has become clear the board requires more authority to gather data. It needs to develop the recommendations. This bill would make a number of reforms to improve the effectiveness of the process, including extending the board timeline, speeding up the effective date of incentives for agencies to put forward properties forward, and giving the board access to the Federal Real Property Council. Madam Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Titus, is recognized.
Thank you. I ask for such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
The Federal Assets Sale and Transfer Act, as you heard, FASTA, was a bipartisan and bicameral effort led by the T&I Committee in the 114th Congress with the goal of improving the disposal process for unneeded federal real property. FASTA established the Public Buildings Reform Board, PBRB, an independent federal agency, excuse me, to review and recommend unused properties for the government to sell. Once the properties were identified, the PBRB was to work with the Office of Management and Budget and the General Services Administration to dispose of these properties via a new temporary 3-round process. Since its establishment, however, the PBRB has faced significant challenges. Although the legislation was passed in 2016, members were not appointed until May of 2019. Furthermore, the board was unable to conduct business for most of 2022 after 2 board members resigned, leaving the agency without a quorum until November 2022. As a result, they were unable to complete and submit to OMB their first round of recommendations. Overall, difficulties in doing research during the pandemic, lack of access to funding to help the agencies prepare for dispositions, delays in selling 2 particularly valuable properties in the high value round, and disagreements with GSA and OMB on disposition strategies have all made the board's work challenging. Due to these challenges and delays, I joined Chairman Perry in sponsoring the FASTA Reform Act. I thank him for his leadership. It requires federal agencies to share their real property data and consolidation plans with the board. It also enables the board to submit recommendations to OMB on a rolling basis. It gives the board control over the sales proceeds in the Asset Proceeds and Space Management Fund. It reduces the quorum requirement for meetings and activities from 5 board members to 4. It permits agencies to prepare properties for disposition, and it extends the operation of the PBRB to December 2026. As agencies' post-pandemic space needs evolve, efficient and effective disposal of unneeded properties will become even more important. Allowing this demonstration program to complete its work will yield important information that could mitigate several long-standing disposal challenges and improve the size and efficiency of the federal real property portfolio. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation. I thank you, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no other speakers, and I'm prepared to close, but I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Well, thank you. I don't have any speakers either. I would just think this is a good example of government efficiency, saving taxpayer dollars, and working across the aisle, and I urge my colleagues to support it. And thank you, Mr. Perry. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume, and I thank the gentlelady from Nevada for her kind work on this effort. In closing, H.R. 6277 makes improvements to the authorities of the Public Buildings Reform Board, or the PBRB, established by the Federal Asset Sale and Transfer Act of 2016, or the FASTA, to increase the number of federal properties the board recommends be sold or redeveloped. By allowing for more federal properties to be sold or redeveloped, H.R. 6277 will ultimately reduce the cost of our federal real estate portfolio, resulting in savings for the taxpayers. Madam Speaker, I urge support of the legislation and yield back the balance.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6277? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H-Con Resolution 8-3.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Calendar Number 65, House Concurrent Resolution 83, concurrent resolution authorizing the use of the Capitol grounds for the National Peace Officers Memorial Service and the National Honor Guard and Pipe Band exhibition.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Titus, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on House Continuing Resolution 8-3.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Continuing Resolution 8-3, which I introduced, honors our nation's fallen law enforcement officers who died in the line of duty last year with a memorial service here at the Capitol. Every day, our police officers show up to protect and serve, keeping our families, businesses, and communities safe. Unfortunately, so many of our police officers are demonized and disparaged for doing one of the hardest, most important jobs in the country. And it's a job that continues to grow more dangerous every day. We all owe our gratitude to those police officers who continue to serve despite these challenging times. This memorial service is only one small way to thank and honor the men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice. I also want to thank the Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management Ranking Member, Dina Titus from Nevada, for working with me on this resolution. Madam Speaker, I urge support of this resolution and reserve the balance.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
House Concurrent Resolution 83 authorizes the use of the Capitol grounds for the 43rd Annual National Peace Officers Memorial Service and the National Honor Guard and Pipe Band exhibition. As the ranking member, as you heard, of the Subcommittee on Economic Development, it is an honor to carry this resolution alongside Subcommittee Chair, Mr. Perry. The memorial service will be held on May the 15th. It will be coordinated with the architect of the Capitol and the Capitol Police, and it will honor law enforcement officers who made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty during 2023. That includes 5 from Nevada. First, the correctional officer Victor Hunter served with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department for 4 years. During an altercation between 2 inmates, Officer Hunter rushed to the scene to calm the situation. In the aftermath, he began to feel ill and was sent home. On his way home, he was involved in a car accident directly resulting from complications of his illness, and he passed away on September 16, 2011. Trooper Clifford Fontaine served in the Nevada Highway Patrol for 15 years after previously working as an airline mechanic and as an advanced emergency medical technician. He is remembered for his kindness, his compassion, and for being a peacemaker in all facets of his life. Trooper Fontaine passed away on November 27, 2021 from complications as a result of contracting COVID-19 in the line of duty. Officer Anthony Franconi retired from law enforcement, but he still answered the call to serve with multiple agencies in Nevada, including the Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribal Police Department. Nothing was more important to him than his family, including his 2 sons and his daughter, who he dedicated every waking moment as she battled a rare form of muscular dystrophy. During an attempt to stop a fleeing subject, Officer Franconi put himself in harm's way to deploy spike strips and was tragically struck by the vehicle. He passed away on August 25, 2023. Sergeant Michael Abate served in the Nevada Highway Patrol for nearly 11 years. A former race car driver himself, he utilized his passion for fast cars by teaching cadets about road safety and by running the Emergency Vehicle Operations course for Southern Nevada. Trooper Alberto Felix served in the Nevada Highway Patrol for 4 years. A United States Air Force veteran, his friends and family remember him for his selfless leadership, his sense of humor, and his love of helping people. He especially took pride in removing impaired drivers, which undoubtedly saved countless lives in Nevada throughout his career. Both Sergeant Abate and Trooper Felix passed away on November 30th, 2023, after they were struck by a suspected drunk driver while they were going out of their way to check on the welfare of a driver asleep in his car. In recognition of their service and heroism, Sergeant Abate and Trooper Felix were posthumously awarded the Nevada State Police Medal of Valor. We cannot bring back those we've lost, but the least we can do is honor the sacrifices they made to keep ourselves, our loved ones, and our communities safe. I join my colleagues in expressing my condolences to the families, friends, and other colleagues of these public servants, and all those who mourn the loss of the brave men and women whose duty and sacrifice will be commemorated at this year's memorial. I urge my colleagues to join the support the resolution, and I reserve my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no other speakers and am prepared to close, but I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you. Once again, I would just reiterate that we can't bring these heroes back, but we can acknowledge the work they did, the sacrifice they made, and the life they gave to help all of us live safer in safer communities and with safer families. And I urge support of this resolution. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
All of us have had our hearts broken as we've watched the nightly news somewhere in our own town, our own state, or across the country as brave men and women wearing the uniform have run to the bullets, have run to the sound of the guns, have run to the violence. Too many. And as law enforcement struggles to maintain recruitment as unfortunately too many places in America don't respect the work that they do. It is an unfortunate situation we find ourselves in. I can imagine every single day when an officer leaves their home, their family, kisses their husband or their wife or their children goodbye. Every day, you never know whether it's just going to be a traffic stop or whether it's a warrant service where there's some bad turn of events and the officer never comes home. Never comes home. That has to end in America, Madam Speaker. That circumstance has to end, but while it is present and while we seek for a better future for our country and the men and women who serve so bravely in uniform, the one small thing that we can do is open up their United States Capitol to bring attention, to draw attention to what has happened, to the unimaginable sacrifice that they have made, that their families continue to endure, so that America can see, so that all of America and all the world can see who we honor. And so again, I urge support of House Continuing Resolution 83 to allow these Capitol grounds to be used for a memorial service to honor our nation's fallen law enforcement officers who died in the line of duty in 2023, and I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Concurrent Resolution 83? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The concurrent resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6316.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 340, H.R. 6316, a bill to amend Title 40 United States Code to establish an expiration date of certain committee resolutions with respect to leases or projects and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Titus, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 6316.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. H.R. 6316 sets an expiration date for committee resolutions for the General Services Administration's capital leasing and improvement program. Now, if the GSA fails to proceed with a project that has been approved by both the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure and the Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works within 5 years, the bill would require that the authorization expires and the GSA would then return to the committee for a new approval. I want to again thank my good friend, Ranking Member Titus of the Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management Subcommittee for her leadership and work on H.R. 6316 and for working with me and the whole committee on this piece of legislation, which I am proud to co-sponsor. Madam Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself so much time as I may consume.
Without objection, the gentlewoman's recognized.
Well, thank you. As you heard, H.R. 6316 sets a 5-year expiration on resolutions approving GSA construction, alteration, repair, design, and acquisition projects. This means that if within 5 years of the passage of the resolution, GSA has not executed the project, then the authorization is deemed expired. This has been a concern to members on both sides of the aisle for years. Similar provisions were included in former T&I Chairman Schuster's Public Buildings Reform and Savings Act of 2016 and former Chairman Barletta's Real Reform Act of 2018. Unfortunately, neither of these bills was signed into law. I hear from the many federal agencies that I work with that it can be difficult to obtain information from GSA on the status of projects authorized by Congress, especially the construction of new courthouses. Once we authorize an activity, whether it's a leasing activity or construction of a new building, we currently have little access to how, when, and if the project has been executed. This lack of information became apparent after GSA submitted a prospectus to build a new courthouse in Los Angeles, California in 2000 as part of its FY 2001 capital investment program. Even though there were already 2 courthouses in Los Angeles, the Judicial Conference insisted that the LA courthouse complex was so short a space for judges that it was the #1 space emergency in the country. GSA submitted a prospectus to build a new courtroom totaling 102,000 gross square feet at the cost of $266 million, and the committee approved it. The design of the building, however, exceeded the congressional authorized size by 13 courtrooms, 260,000 square feet, and $100 million. And the scope of the project changed so often that GSA eventually just canceled the project in 2006, despite saying it had been an emergency. Then in 2011, the courts and GSA announced that they would move forward with a downsized project that would not exceed the size and cost originally authorized by Congress more than 10 years earlier, and they would provide notification to Congress. Some members of the T&I committee were so concerned about GSA's actions and lack of transparency on the Los Angeles courthouse project that they requested a GAO study of the courthouse construction program and held a series of hearings about GSA's construction of federal courthouses. Although Chairman Schuster and Barletta are no longer with us here in Congress, their concerns, as well as the longtime concerns of my colleague Congressman Norton, are still relevant, and this legislation is more necessary than ever. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this legislation so we can ensure GSA is being a good steward of taxpayer dollars. I thank the chairman, Mr. Perry, for his help in getting this to the floor, and I urge you all to vote in favor of it. And I reserve my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no other speakers and am prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you. I think this is a bill that's worth bragging about. It's not very sexy. It probably won't get a lot of press, but it's one of those things that can really make a difference. It will encourage GSA to move forward with needed projects. It will shorten the amount of time it takes to get these projects on the ground, and no doubt will also save taxpayer dollars. So I urge your support. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
I want to agree with the gentlelady from Nevada that maybe it's not going to get a lot of press, but I think we both agree that it's simply good governing. Project proposals can grow stale, and if GSA fails to proceed on the authorization within 5 years, the agency should be required to resubmit the proposal. A lot of things can change in 5 years, and we've seen that. H.R. 6316 will increase GSA's accountability to Congress and, more importantly, to the American people, ultimately aiding in our ability to conduct appropriate oversight of these leases and these projects. Madam Speaker, I urge support of the bill and yield back the balance.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6316? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6254.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 339, H.R. 6254, a bill to direct the Comptroller General of the United States to conduct a review on the public buildings service and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 6254.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. H.R. 6254 directs the Government Accountability Office to review the General Services Administration's public building service personnel structure, including staffing trends, work locations, and organizational structure. GSA's Public Building Service administrative budget, including staffing, is paid for out of the Federal Buildings Fund. Because it's buried in a larger fund, it's difficult to track and evaluate the public building service workforce and its management to conduct appropriate oversight. This bill would seek to address that issue, increasing transparency and ultimately greater oversight. I'd like to again thank my colleague from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden, for introducing H.R. 6254, the Public Buildings Accountability Act of 2023, and his leadership on this important issue. Madam Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this Public Buildings Accountability Act of 2023, H.R. 6254, which directs the GAO to review the administration and management of GSA's real estate programs, activities, funding, and staffing. Information and data are essential for Congress to conduct proper oversight of the agencies under its jurisdiction. Having GAO do an independent analysis of the efficacy of the GSA's operations will help Transportation Infrastructure Committee better evaluate GSA authorization requests. However, GSA must work with the Department of Homeland Security's Interagency Security Committee to ensure the security concerns for the employees of the buildings are addressed. I recommend the GAO, as they are drafting the parameters of the study, ensure that information that can impact the security of federal employees and federal facilities is protected. Support the legislation. Urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden, for 5 minutes to speak on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The work-from-home standard for federal employees, which the Biden administration has empowered, has enabled an already overcompensated federal bureaucracy to continue to not show up for work and leave the taxpayers on the hook for empty, unused federal office spaces across the country. Back in July, I asked the Commissioner of the Public Building Services a simple question during a roundtable: how many of your employees are actually at work today? And she was incapable of answering that. 3 months later, I asked her exactly the same question during a committee hearing chaired by Mr. Perry, and she was still incapable of answering that question. And their truancy has led to possibly the worst customer service of any federal agency, and that is an incredibly low standard to fail to meet. And from my own personal experience, it took over a month to get a single phone line in my public building as a member of Congress. And we wound up moving my office out of the public space because of their inability to perform customer services function. I had the luxury of doing that as a member of Congress. Other members of the United States government do not have that same luxury. And this is just not that hard. As an active duty Navy SEAL, I managed military members on 3 continents simultaneously. I could tell you within a 10-meter square where each one of those individuals was 24 hours a day. So this simply is not that difficult to do. And I'm incredibly proud and pleased that this committee is focusing on the legislation to help ensure that our federal agencies are using the office space they're assigned and selling the space they are not, saving taxpayers' dollars. The GSA currently manages over 370 million square feet of owned and leased assets, and yet they do not understand how much of this space is truly occupied. Approximately 75% of the building space in Washington, D.C. is unoccupied, but unfortunately we can't actually get a square footage from the GSA. I introduced the Public Building Accountability Act of 2023 to enforce transparency and accountability within the public building service to do just that. H.R. 6254 will shed light on the effectiveness of the public building service, staffing structure, and funding within the GSA by providing information to enhance the committee's ongoing oversight work to maximize the return of federal employees to in-person work. These reports will provide greater clarity to PBS's funding needs and ensure the responsible use of hardworking American taxpayers' dollars. And again, I'd like to thank Chairman Perry very much for his patience in getting this through, and for our counterparts on the other side of the aisle for participating in this incredibly important legislation. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
I
The
reserve.
gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I have no other speakers and am prepared to close, but I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you. Would you yield?
The gentleman is recognized.
Yes. Mr. Perry, would you yield for a question? Do you think this could be expanded in some way to show the effects of the Capitals and the Wizards moving to Virginia and the effect that'll have on properties in downtown D.C. and the opportunities to have good restaurants and good commerce in downtown Washington?
I'm not sure that that one particular singular focus should be an amendment or something like that. But as a general theme, I don't know that the committee would mind, and we could take a look at that kind of activity and the effects.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I'm ready to close. That we support the bill. Information and data are essential for Congress to conduct proper oversight of the agencies under its jurisdiction, and even those peripheral to its jurisdiction, like Capitol Center. This bill would provide Congress with information needed in its oversight of the General Services Administration. I support it, urge my colleagues to do the same, and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, this bill will improve transparency and oversight of GSA's public building service, its staffing and management structure. Further, H.R. 6254 will inform the committee's oversight efforts to maximize the return of federal employees to in-person work. I do urge support of this, and I want to thank the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden, Representative Van Orden, for offering this, and to acknowledge his strident and outspoken work on the behalf of constituents, otherwise known as our bosses, that demand and deserve an answer when they call. These folks that work for us and work for them, and I thank you for his diligence and his dogged determination. With that, I again urge support, and I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 6254? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 532.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
House Calendar Number 35, H.R. 532, a bill to designate the federal building and United States Courthouse located at 600 East 1st Street in Rome, Georgia, as the Harold L. Murphy Federal Building and United States Courthouse.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, and the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, which can control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 532.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
This bill honors Judge Harold L. Murphy, a former judge of the United States District Court for the Northern District of Georgia, by naming the federal building and United States Courthouse in Rome, Georgia, after him. After being nominated at the United States District Court by President Jimmy Carter, Judge Murphy served on the federal bench for 45 years. It is fitting that we honor the late Judge Murphy by naming this courthouse after him. And, Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also support this legislation. Just about anything Jimmy Carter did, he did right. And his imprimatur about Mr. Murphy serving on the bench was obviously a good one. He spent those 45 years there. He was a farmer. He was a school teacher. Attended the University of Mississippi and the University of Georgia Law School. He was the youngest member elected to the Georgia House of Representatives, serving 5 terms there before he was appointed Superior Court judge and by then Governor Jimmy Carter. And then after Mr. Carter was elected president, he nominated Judge Murphy to serve as the Northern District federal judge. Judge Murphy remained on the bench until 2017 when he took senior status, remained active senior judge until his death December 28, 2022 at the age of 95. Support the legislation, urge my colleagues to do it. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize Ms. Green of Georgia for 3 minutes to speak on her bill.
The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 532, to designate the federal building and United States Courthouse located at 600 East 1st Street in Rome, Georgia, as the Harold L. Murphy Federal Building and the United States Courthouse. This bill honors a man who devoted his life to the service and protection of our nation, Judge Harold Murphy. Born in Felton, Georgia in 1927, Judge Murphy attended West Georgia College before serving in the Navy toward the end of World War II. He resumed his studies at the University of Mississippi and the University of Georgia School of Law, where he graduated in 1949. He began a law practice in Haralson County, Georgia, and in 1950 was elected to the Georgia House of Representatives as the youngest member at that time. Judge Murphy served 5 consecutive terms before stepping down in 1961 to focus on practicing law. In 1971, Judge Murphy was appointed by Governor Jimmy Carter to the Superior Court for the Tallapoosa Judicial Circuit. And following his election in 1976, Mr. Carter nominated Judge Murphy to the United States District Court for the Northern District of Georgia. He was confirmed by the Senate on July 28, 1977. For 45 years, he served his country on the federal bench and became an acclaimed jurist and legal icon with a stellar reputation that extended far beyond Georgia. He always displayed a quick wit and a keen sense of humor. Judge Murphy once subpoenaed a talking mynah bird who had witnessed a store robbery to testify in court. He was kind and empathetic and treated all those who appeared before him with courtesy and respect. Judge Murphy's congeniality was only surpassed by his fairness and prudential impartiality. In fact, he is the only judge that was known to receive Christmas cards from inmates in prison that Judge Murphy had himself put away. He was so excruciatingly fair and impartial that during one case, he even talked a defendant out of a guilty plea. Judge Murphy worked tirelessly and carried a full docket until the age of 90. When he took senior judge status in the Northern District of Georgia, he continued to preside over cases until his death on December 28, 2022. Judge Murphy received many professional awards and recognitions, including from the State Bar of Georgia and the University of Georgia School of Law. In 2014, Alabama State University renamed its graduate school after Judge Murphy in recognition of his landmark ruling in Knight versus Alabama, a long-running case that the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals asked him to handle involving the vestiges of racial segregation then present in the Alabama university system. Above all else, Judge Murphy was a loving and devoted husband and father, a strong role model who made everyone who knew him in Northwest Georgia proud. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy showed that people can rise to certain levels and do things where he was recognized for Alabama State University and HBCU by naming the graduate school for him, and I guess it related to that particular case where he got the case by interchange. And going almost to 95 years old, he speaks for the fact that somebody can be even older than 81 and still do their job for the federal government in a good way. Otherwise, I support the bill greatly. I appreciate Ms. Green bringing it, and urge my colleagues to support it as well. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and therefore I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Let me just offer further support of this bill, which certainly recognizes Judge Murphy's service to our country by naming this federal building after him. I certainly am encouraged by my colleague, Ms. Green's sponsorship of the legislation, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 532? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6249.
The clerk will report the bill.
Union Calendar Number 321, H.R. 6249, a bill to provide for a review and report on the assistance and resources that the administrator of the Federal Emergency Management Agency provides to individuals with disabilities and the families of such individuals that are impacted by major disasters and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, and the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 6249.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 6249, the Think Differently About Emergencies Act. Now, this bill requires the Federal Emergency Management Agency to submit a report to Congress that outlines the assistance and resources available to those with intellectual, physical, and developmental disabilities, and further directs the Government Accountability Office to review available assistance to help identify gaps. As March is Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month, it is appropriate that Congress moves this bill and works to ensure gaps in responding to emergencies are addressed. Disasters, as we know, are difficult for everyone, but they are especially challenging for those individuals with disabilities and those who care for them. It is important that we understand that what resources are available and how we can best help those who may have limited ability to respond on their own. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6249, bipartisan bill to help people with individuals with disabilities before and after disasters. As was well stated by Mr. Molinaro, all Americans must have equal access to disaster recovery resources, and people with disabilities might need a little more. Census data released in 2023 concluded that individuals with disabilities are far more likely to face major hardships, including displacement from their homes after a disaster. That's unacceptable, and the federal government must work with urgency to eliminate that disparity. The legislation will equip Congress with the knowledge required to improve outcomes for individuals with disabilities. It requires FEMA and the government GAO to review and report on assistance available to individuals with disabilities before and after disasters. This much needed information is approximately 13% of Americans, 42.5 million, live with a disability, and Americans with Disabilities Act requires the federal government to provide these individuals with equal access to disaster-related programs. Please, this legislation places particular emphasis on individuals with developmental and intellectual disabilities, since their needs have been overlooked in existing federal disaster guidance programs. I support the bill, urge my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, with no further speakers, we're prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Thank you. We must ensure that FEMA is complying with the law and providing Americans with disabilities equal access to federal disaster assistance. This legislation will do that. I can compliment Ms. Titus and Mr. Molinaro for bringing this bipartisan legislation to us. I support it and urge my colleagues to do such, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'd again like to highlight the importance of ensuring the needs of individuals with developmental, physical, and intellectual disabilities are considered during disasters and how FEMA can work to assist those disaster victims. I also want to thank the other co-sponsors of this legislation, this bipartisan legislation, including Subcommittee on Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management Ranking Member Titus, for working with me on this issue. I further extend my appreciation to my colleagues across the aisle for support, not only today, but in the Transportation Infrastructure Committee. I'd like to extend my thanks to Chairman Sam Graves as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this important legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6249? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S 1278.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1278, an act to designate the federal building located at 985 Michigan Avenue in Detroit, Michigan as the Rosa Parks Federal Building and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, and the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials into the record on S 1278.
Without objection. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. This bill honors Rosa Parks, a pivotal figure in the civil rights movement, by naming the federal building located at 985 Michigan Avenue in Detroit, Michigan, in her honor. Of course, we know that Rosa Parks is best known for inspiring the Montgomery bus boycott when she refused to move from the front to the back of a bus. Her courageous work fighting against discrimination and segregation makes it fitting that we honor the late Rosa Parks by naming this federal building after her. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I proudly rise in support of Senate Bill 1278 by Ms. Stabenow. This will designate this building, federal building, to be named for Rosa Parks. Ms. Parks is famous in civil rights history for refusing to give up her seat on the bus in Montgomery, leading to the Montgomery bus boycott. She also, after that great heroic incident, which was memorialized in song by the Neville Brothers, a song called Rosa Parks, moved to Detroit, Michigan. And when she moved to Detroit, she was employed by United States Congressperson John Conyers in his office. John Conyers was a great hero of mine and a great star, and who served in this body for many, many years. He hired Miss Parks, and he was responsible for Dr. King's birthday becoming a federal holiday. And I'm sure he would have been very proud to be here today to see this courthouse named for Rosa Parks, for her work in the civil rights movement, as well as in his office, and just being an outstanding citizen at large. She was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 1996, the Congressional Gold Medal in 1999, and the first woman to ever lie in state in the United States Capitol Rotunda. A statuary of her is present in our statuary hall as well. Pleased to honor her memory by supporting this legislation. Urge my colleagues to do the same, and thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, with no further speakers, we're prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you. Just to again indicate that I support this and urge everyone else to support it, and that I think so fondly upon John Conyers, who was my mentor when I came to Congress, and how much he would have appreciated this. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
In closing, this is an appropriate piece of legislation to recognize the late Rosa Parks by naming this particular federal building after her. This is among just one of the ways we can acknowledge the important work Ms. Parks did to better our nation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 1278? All those in favor say aye.
On the ground that a quorum is not present, make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
The gentleman will suspend. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 1858.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1858, an act to amend the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act to establish a deadline for applying for disaster unemployment assistance.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, and the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials into the record on S. 1858.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, S. 1858 would align the application deadlines for the Federal Emergency Management Agency's individual assistance and disaster employment assistance. Currently, disaster victims are faced with 2 different deadlines for their applications, which creates confusion during what is already a stressful time. And this bill simply aligns and ensures identical deadlines to reduce burdens and help disaster victims in their application process for assistance. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Senate 1858, bipartisan, bicameral, led by Senator Peters and Paul in the Senate, and Neguse and Gonzalez Colon in the House. The legislation aligns the deadlines to apply for FEMA disaster unemployment assistance and individual assistance programs. The application process for federal disaster assistance can be cumbersome, often makes it difficult for survivors to get that critical need. The federal government must take every possible step to simplify and streamline this process. We want to do that with disaster survivors quickly because they need help. Navigating the disaster recovery application process should not be an added stressor. Having to keep track of separate deadlines for disaster unemployment assistance and individual assistance is an unnecessary, complex, and confusing period for disaster survivors. This legislation helps alleviate the burden and to keep track of multiple deadlines. I support it and urge my colleagues to do the same and reserve the balance of my time.
On reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Just further, I support the bill. I ask everybody else to do it and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized.
In closing, this bill will help to reduce confusion for disaster victims by aligning the deadlines for certain types of assistance. Now, this bill makes a simple adjustment that will ultimately ease the process by which disaster victims seek assistance, relieving a burden during a difficult period of recovery. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 1858? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I would move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1752 as amended.
Without objection, the clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 187, H.R. 1752, a bill to amend the Public Works and Economic Development Act of 1965 to provide for a high-speed broadband deployment initiative.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, which can control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 1752.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
I'm very proud to sponsor H.R. 1752, the Eliminating Barriers to Rural Internet Development Grant Eligibility Act, or we're calling it the E-Bridge Act. Unfortunately, too many of our communities, particularly in rural Missouri, still lack broadband access. Broadband is critical for conducting business, for attracting jobs, telehealth, education, emergency preparedness, and response, you name it. While Economic Development Administration grants can be used to attract jobs to these economically distressed areas, right now there are hurdles to using these grants for broadband projects, including difficult last-mile efforts that often delay rural broadband deployment. This bill removes those hurdles to help connect and revitalize our rural communities. Mr. Speaker, I urge support for this legislation, and with that, reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1752 as well, the E-Bridge Act, which creates high-speed broadband opportunities at the Economic Development Administration and for the public, both in rural areas and in inner-city underserved areas. It makes public-private partnerships and consortiums eligible for grant awards. Without having access to broadband, you can't keep up economically or socially. Access to reliable high-speed internet is a vital tool for participation in today's workforce and economy. Despite a clear commitment to broadband access across federal agencies, E-Bridge is still necessary. The EDA can fund the deployment of broadband infrastructure in communities most in need of assistance. Many communities lack the financial and technical resources necessary to apply for these funds. By clarifying that public-private partnerships and consortiums are eligible, this E-Bridge Act enables communities to leverage private sector expertise without disqualifying them from deserving assistance. The bill provides grant applications with additional flexibility in financing broadband infrastructure projects by clarifying that EDA funds can be combined with other federal resources, allowing real or personal property to count toward a non-federal share of the project's costs. The Transportation Infrastructure Committee Chairman Graves has introduced this legislation in the 116th and 117th Congress, and the 117th the bill passed the House with overwhelming bipartisan support, 410 to 16. I support this legislation and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank Mr. Graves for pursuing this again, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Chairman Graves and rise in support of H.R. 1752, the Eliminating Barriers for Rural and Internet Development Grant Eligibility Act, E-Bridge. This bill will help to attract and support businesses in rural areas of the country by eliminating barriers to investment in broadband projects and provide these projects with the flexibility needed to be successful. We all know that access to reliable internet is essential for small businesses, families, and farms, along with schools. It touches all aspects of residential and commercial life. Yet too many families and businesses don't have access to high-speed internet, so it is imperative that we work to bridge the digital divide and ensure communities across America, like those in upstate New York, do not get left behind in funding opportunities for broadband expansion. Without adequate broadband infrastructure, rural communities like those I represent face obstacles in education, healthcare, economic development, and overall social well-being. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this bill. I'm grateful to the chairman and the bipartisan support of the bill and urge my colleagues to support it. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have any more speakers, so I'm prepared to close. I'd reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As has been discussed, this bill will help close the digital divide and help communities across the country connect to reliable, high-speed internet, vital for participation in today's workforce and economy. In Mr. Graves' own state of Missouri, it'll allow people in the Boot Hill of Missouri to connect so much closer to the city of Memphis, where they'll want to come and hear music, eat barbecue, and watch the Cardinals farm team play baseball. I support the legislation, urge all my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Only yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the chairman of the Financial Services Committee agreeing to waive consideration of H.R. 1752, as well as my response expressing appreciation for his willingness to work cooperatively on this legislation.
Without objection.
I'd also ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the chairman of the Budget Committee agreeing to waive consideration of H.R. 1752, as well as my response expressing appreciation for his willingness to work in cooperation with this legislation.
Without objection.
In closing, this bill removes the hurdles on the difficult last-mile efforts to help connect and revitalize rural communities. Mr. Speaker, I would urge support of this bill, and with that, yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1752? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Speaker, I'd request yeas and nays.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 886, the Save Our Seas 2.0 Amendments Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 886, a bill to amend the Save Our Seas 2.0 Act to improve the administration of the Marine Debris Foundation, to amend the Marine Debris Act to improve the administration of the Marine Debris Program of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 886.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 886 builds upon the work of previous Congresses to protect and preserve the quality of our oceans from marine debris. This measure was reported favorably from both the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure as well as the Committee on Natural Resources. This reconciled version before us today was collaborated on and agreed to by both committees and will enhance the capabilities of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration without imposing any new mandates on industry or local government. It also encourages the Marine Debris Foundation to establish its principal office in a coastal community in the real world outside Washington, D.C. Mr. Speaker, I'd urge support for this legislation. With that, reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this legislation, and it's very close to my heart. I've worked on plastic pollution and all for many years, but I want to yield as much time as she may need and to yield to Ms. Bonamici, who is the author of this bill and from the state of Oregon that sees it right firsthand.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Cohen, for yielding. I rise in strong support of my bipartisan bill, the Save Our Seas, or SOS 2.0 Amendments Act. Marine debris is a serious problem. Unfortunately, much of marine debris is made up of plastic pollution. The ocean is littered with plastic bottles, straws, grocery bags, cigarette butts, fishing gear, abandoned vehicles. And then there are tiny pieces of plastic, microplastics, that make their way into marine life, blocking digestive tracts, altering growth, and in some cases killing marine mammals and threatening fisheries. We still don't know how long it takes for plastic to biodegrade completely. Estimates range from 500 years to never. A 2020 study from the Pew Charitable Trusts found that every year more than 11 million metric tons of plastic garbage enter the ocean, harming marine life and destroying ecosystems. And if we do nothing to minimize ocean plastic pollution, it will nearly quadruple by 2040. We need to fundamentally change our reliance on plastics. Not only do they pollute the ocean, they also exacerbate the climate crisis because the fossil fuel and plastic industries are connected, and plastics contribute to industrial emissions in the United States. You know, a global challenge of this magnitude cannot be solved with a single bill. We should not limit our action to removing existing plastic from the ocean, and we cannot recycle our way out of plastic waste that ends up on our shores. We need comprehensive action, but today we have the opportunity to build on our strong bipartisan foundation of bicameral efforts to strengthen the NOAA Marine Debris Program and enhance the work of the Marine Debris Foundation. The bipartisan SOS, or Save Our Seas 2.0 Act, which I worked on and authored with the late Congressman Don Young and Senators Sullivan and Whitehouse, is the most comprehensive legislation Congress has passed to address marine debris that threatens coastal communities and ecosystems. The bill created a Marine Debris Foundation to support NOAA's work, advance the removal and prevention of debris, including plastic waste, and establish a pilot program to provide incentives for the proper disposal of marine debris collected at sea. Despite these important policies, current law does not effectively permit NOAA, through the Marine Debris Program, to assist and collaborate with foreign governments, international organizations, tribal groups, and other organizations that may have the specific skills required to achieve the Marine Debris Act's goals. As co-chairs of the House Oceans Caucus, Representative Gonzalez Colon and I introduced the Save Our Seas 2.0 Amendment Act. This bill will amend Save Our Seas and the Marine Debris Act to provide NOAA with greater flexibility to deliver federal resources and enter into cooperative agreements to conduct marine debris prevention and cleanup. The ocean is resilient, and we can help it heal, but we cannot afford to wait. We have significant work ahead of us to clean up and prevent marine debris, and the Save Our Seas 2.0 Amendment Act continues to build on our bipartisan foundation to protect the ocean. So I want to thank you to my colleague and co-chair of the House Oceans Caucus, Representative Gonzalez Colon, for her partnership on this bill. I want to thank our Senate colleagues, Senator Dan Sullivan and Senator Sheldon Whitehouse. And of course, thank you to Chairman Graves and Ranking Member Larson, as well as Chairman Westerman and Ranking Member Grijalva. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill to strengthen the federal response to marine debris and to continue to make ocean health a priority for future generations. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have any more speakers, so I'm prepared to close, and with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I just want to thank Ms. Bonamici for bringing this legislation, and I also want to reflect on the group that I'm familiar with called the Plastic Coalition that is headed up by Ms. Deanna Cohen and her sister, no relation to me, but they've done great work on plastic and bringing the attention to the public to the dangers of plastic in our environment. I support the legislation, urge all others to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is an important next step to help remove marine debris and protect our oceans without instituting any new burdensome requirements. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I would urge support of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 886? Will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 886 as amended? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4693 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 207, H.R. 4693, a bill to provide that the Federal Reports Elimination and Sunset Act of 1995 does not apply to certain reports required to be submitted by the Tennessee Valley Authority and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 4693.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 4693, the Tennessee Valley Authority Salary Transparency Act. This legislation simply reinstates an annual reporting requirement for the Tennessee Valley Authority to disclose to Congress the salaries for upper level management. I thank Representatives Cohen and Burchett for their bipartisan work on this legislation, which passed out of committee on the Transportation and Infrastructure by voice vote this last year. The bill continues years of work to make the TVA more transparent for its customers and the communities that it obviously serves. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would urge support of H.R. 4693 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Graves, for your help with this legislation. I rise in support of H.R. 4693, bipartisan legislation to promote additional transparency over the management structure of the TVA. And I'd like to thank my dear friend, colleague from days in Tennessee and days up here, Representative Burchett, not Burchett, but Burchett, for for his tireless work on this issue and for partnering with me on this act. The TVA, or TVA, is the Tennessee Valley Authority, or the TVA, is better known as the nation's largest government-owned wholesale power producer, supplying power to tens of millions of people across the states of Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, and Kentucky. Legislation corrects a change enacted in 1995 that removed the requirement to disclose the management structure and salaries of the TVA executives as part of the legislation to eliminate antiquated federal agency reporting requirements. Well, this wasn't an antiquated portion that was deleted. This was something the public needs to see and know. The bill reflects a fair compromise between our legitimate congressional oversight responsibilities over TVA and the need of TVA to retain and maintain a pool of talented, diverse, and effective management staff, executives, and board members. I will ensure that Congress has the ability to provide effective oversight of the TVA and its management and executives. I've asked TVA for salary transparency time and time again, but have been refused information beyond that of the 5 highest paid employees included in their annual SEC disclosure. That does indicate that the head of TVA makes $10 million. That is, in my opinion, too much for a public employee, even if it's a quasi-public employee. And the fact is that when this gentleman, who's a good gentleman, was working in Canada when we hired him, he was earning $2 million managing a utility. But when he came to Tennessee, he followed in the footsteps of his predecessor, and his salary creeped up to $10 million. Congress should have oversight, and the public should know what people are being paid. And there are quite a few people being paid multi-millions of dollars, not what FDR envisioned when he helped pass the TVA bill back in the days of the great of FDR's administration. TVA's mission to make life better for the people in the Tennessee Valley is still there. We've strayed from it in some ways. A vote for this bill is a vote for more transparent, more accountable, better TVA. It's going to give TVA a new deal, the new deal they originally were passed under. I support H.R. 4693, urge my colleagues to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time and would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I yield 5 minutes to one of the co-sponsors of the piece of legislation, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I rise in support of H.R. 4693, the Tennessee Valley Authority Salary Transportation Act. The Tennessee Valley Authority controls a vital part of East Tennesseans' lives. It controls how they get energy, Mr. Speaker. If my constituents are going to rely on TVA every day, they deserve to know how TVA is spending its money. They deserve to know with certainty that TVA is doing right by them. My first bill in Congress focused on transparency in TVA. And dadgummit, I've been proud to partner with my friend Congressman Steve Cohen on several bills over the past few years on that very issue. This bill, the Tennessee Valley Authority Salary Transportation Act, would make sure the public has access to information about the salaries of employees at TVA. If government money flows into it, Mr. Speaker, we ought to know what they're paying and who they're paying. And these are the GS 15 level or above. My constituents in all the Tennessee Valley authorities should know exactly what the high earners at TVA are really making. Transparency has been a problem for TVA in the past, but has been getting better recently. I want to make sure that that pattern continues, and this bill will help make that happen. The Tennessee Valley Authority Salary Transportation Act will help Congress keep TVA accountable for how it pays its employees, which is an important part of preserving the public trust. I want to thank my friend and colleague Steve Cohen. When I think of Memphis, I think of barbecue, I think of Stax Records, I think of Elvis, I think of Al Green, and I think of Steve Cohen. And I want to thank him for working with me on this bill, and I would strongly encourage all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time. Or I yield back to you, actually.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
First, I have to say, in the spirit of Elvis, thank you very much. Nice company to be put in with Stax and Al Green and barbecue. I thank Mr. Burchett for his work. In fact, this morning in the commercial appeal, Mr. Burchett's picture was in the commercial appeal looking up at the solar eclipse. He had glasses on, though. That was a good thing. This is a good bill. I appreciate all the help we've had to get it to this point. The public deserves to see what the salaries are of their employees, of their employer people serving them in the public sector of the TVA. I urge the support of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 4693, the TVA Transparency Act, is a common sense piece of legislation that's going to help increase transparency at the TVA and ensure the Transportation Committee can conduct appropriate oversight over the agency's actions. Mr. Speaker, I'd urge support of the bill, and with that, yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 4693 as amended? Those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12 Alpha of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1752 and H.R. 886. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion from the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1752 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 187, H.R. 1752. A bill to amend the Public Works and Economic Development Act of 1965 to provide for a high-speed broadband deployment initiative.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 375, the nays are 20, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will come to order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 886 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 886, a bill to amend the Save Our Seas 2.0 Act to improve the administration of the Marine Debris Foundation, to amend the Marine Debris Act, to improve the administration of the Marine Debris Program of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 326, the nays are 73, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Members, the House will be in order. Please take your conversations outside. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as President Biden has allowed federal workers to stay home, millions of tax dollars have been wasted on office space that is no longer in use. While Pennsylvania families are struggling under the weight of inflation, President Biden is spending their hard-earned dollars on empty office space. Included in one GAO report was an example of an agency just using 9% of their office space. This waste is unacceptable, and it's time for the American taxpayers to stop footing the bill for D.C. offices that aren't being used. As our deficit continues to skyrocket past $34.5 trillion, it's time to rein in runaway spending. It's time to pass the Use It Act and help put a stop to President Biden's wasteful and reckless use of American taxpayer dollars. Thank you, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a man of faith from my district, Pastor Bryant Ali. Pastor Ali has been my friend for more than 50 years. He was the pastor in the hood, as we called him, at New Palmas Worship Center in Newark, New Jersey. And his story is one that should inspire us all. Pastor Ali received his spiritual calling during a time when he fought homelessness and chemical addiction. He improved his life through the power of the Lord. His own personal reformation led to a doctoral degree in holistic theology. He served as president of the Baptist Ministers Conference of Newark and vicinity. And in addition, he was the spiritual counselor for the Newark Anti-Violence Coalition and served on the board of the Newark Community Health Centers. I was honored when he accepted the invitation to be the guest chaplain here in the Congress. Pastor Ali was an outstanding clergyman, an incredible leader, and an inspirational figure in our community, and he will be missed. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to honor State Representative Sam McKenzie, who represents House District 15 in Tennessee and Knoxville. Representative McKenzie has been serving the people of East Tennessee for a long time. He was on the Knoxville Utility Board of Directors from 2003 to 2008 and spent time working at Oak Ridge National Laboratory and sat on the Oak Ridge Federal Credit Union Board of Directors. He then served as on the Knox County Commission while I was mayor of Knox County, so we worked side by side on a lot of important issues. We met at an FCA camp in high school. We played high school football for different schools. He played for Austin East, and I played for Bearden. We also share a love for the Pizza Palace on Magnolia Avenue. I know from time to time working alongside him that he's a straight shooter who asks solid, direct questions about what is happening in our government. It's clear he cares about our community and the work he's doing for East Tennessee. Representative McKenzie was recently awarded the 2003 Crystal Gavel Award of the National Black Caucus of State Legislators at its 47th convention in Nashville. He was given this award because of his leadership in the Tennessee Black Caucus, which has over 700 members. Sam and I are on opposite sides of the political aisle, and we might have different visions of how things should get done, but we both want what's best for our constituents and areas we represent. Congratulations to Representative McKenzie on receiving the 2023 Crystal Gavel Award. Madam Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the Springboro Panthers women's basketball team on making it to the Ohio High School Athletic Association State Tournament. Congratulations to the girls and Coach Mike, who's in his first season with the Panthers. Coach Mike celebrated their grit and effort after the girls clinched the win in the second overtime after overcoming a 35-30 deficit in the fourth quarter. This season, the Panthers went 23-5, and this impressive record is taking them to the University of Dayton for the first state tournament matchup on Friday. This is the second time in school history that the girls' team has made it to state, the last time being 1978. So we are wishing them luck on their journey in the state tournament and hope that their hard work continues to pay off. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seeking House consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, just recently here, the CDC stands for the Centers for Disease Control, based in Atlanta, Georgia. There was a 148-page study on myocarditis being possibly linked to the COVID vaccines, whether it's by Pfizer or Moderna, what have you. So in order to have good science, you would want these studies to get information out there so people can understand what the link may or may not be with myocarditis. So what is CDC's approach to that? Of that 148-page report, they edited out, they redacted, not just some of it with maybe some of the names, every one of the 148 pages. What is that as far as having openness, having clarity? That sounds pretty corrupt to me. Certainly this body is going to be taking a better look at that, but CDC needs to be held accountable to all of us, directly to us in Congress, with the American people, because the truth still needs to get out there on how the injections worked and what effects they caused to the public. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
In a bitter cold, one might wonder
what the conditions of the soldiers in Ukraine are. Young soldiers who are fighting for democracy. We'd also wonder why this body of members have not been able to resolve the crisis at the border in a way that is humane and is dealing with the southern border with the right kind of personnel and the right kind of funding. All of this was offered. And then the hostages of families who are still being held. But what is most of a crisis are the children in Gaza that are dying. And the fact that we are leaving this week without providing the funding that is necessary, the humanitarian funding, helping the Doctors Without Borders, trying to make sure that ships are delivering the amount of money, amount of resources that are necessary. People are dying, but most of all, our babies are dying. It is urgent that the Speaker of the House provides a funding legislation, some of which was already presented by the President of the United States, to move forward on saving the lives, soldiers fighting democracy, children trying to live, and families trying to live. Enough is enough. We must show our humanity. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, in honor of Women's History Month, I rise to honor the trailblazing women of the Signal Corps Female Telephone Operators Unit. During World War I, General Pershing found the Army's communications network in disarray. He urged the War Department to employ Americans experienced in switchboard operation. 233 women enthusiastically honored the call to service and deployed to war-torn France. This included Elizabeth M. Chauvard, born and raised in Toledo, Ohio. She spoke fluent French. These Hello Girls worked tirelessly to direct calls coordinating troop movements and artillery fire. As the first women to actively support combat operations on a regular basis, these soldiers paved the way for female service members. They also helped win women the right to vote. Despite their honorable service, it took 6 decades before they were formally recognized as veterans and given their hard-earned benefits. Today, I'm proud to honor their legacy by co-sponsoring House Resolution 1572 to award a Congressional Gold Medal in commemoration of these patriotic, brave women, the Signal Corps Female Telephone Operators Unit. Thank you, and I yield back. God bless them.
Does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to commemorate Mayor Judy Cook of Pembroke, Georgia. Judy has served as mayor of Pembroke for 5 terms, and she has retired after years of dedicated services. Before becoming mayor, Judy served as the city clerk, the personnel administrator, planning and zoning administrator, and municipal court clerk. Judy pioneered the Pride in Pembroke initiative to encourage community involvement in the city's future. Judy partnered with fellow cities, communities, and state agencies to incentivize growth, progress, and community spirit. Her love for her city and community has impacted all of Bryan County. The city of Richmond Hill has named Judy an honorary citizen for her contributions and exemplary service. Thank you, Judy, for your tireless service to the 1st District and to the city of Pembroke. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
To address the House and extend revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the community projects we funded last week. We showed the country we can work together in a bipartisan way to fund projects that have an impact in our communities. In my district, we secured $12 million for 15 community-centered projects across our district. In total, our office has now delivered over $50 million to projects in every corner of the 5th District. This funding will address the affordability housing crisis, climate resilience, food access, workforce development, and healthcare investment. I'm grateful to the countless community members throughout Minnesota's 5th who brought their hopes and dreams to our office with these project proposals. Since President Biden signed the package, we are one step closer to making those dreams a reality. I will always fight to ensure our communities have a seat at the table where funding decisions are made. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. St. Louis and I rise today in solidarity with the Puerto Rican people. Puerto Rico has long been harmed by its status as a U.S. territory. One example of this is what's known as Act 22. This policy allows people who move to Puerto Rico to not pay local taxes on their dividends, capital gains, and certain investments. Unsurprisingly, the wealthy have benefited from this policy, while the Puerto Rican people are left to deal with the harms. Because of Act 22, Puerto Rico stands to lose an estimated $4.5 billion in tax revenues between 2020 and 2026, and we're already seeing the skyrocketing rents and increased displacement. This must end. Congress must close the Act 22 tax loophole, end the injustice of colonialism, and enact self-determination legislation for the Puerto Rican people. I stand with the Puerto Rican community in St. Louis, in Puerto Rico, and around the country. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, in eastern North Carolina, the spirit of strong, resilient women flows through the fabric of our communities. From Vance County to Pasquotank County, Northampton County to Greene County, and everywhere in between, women have played essential roles in shaping our history. However, we cannot talk about women and history in eastern North Carolina without recognizing the Honorable Eva Clayton. Ms. Clayton was the first African-American Congresswoman from North Carolina. On Women's History Month, we celebrate all the women of eastern North Carolina and beyond. Let us honor their many contributions, recognize their strength, and support their endeavors. Together, we can ensure that their voices are heard, their rights are protected, and their legacy continues to inspire generations to come. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Forgive me, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. What's happening, we're going to do something really daring tonight, and we'll see if it actually works. We're going to actually use some boards, some math, that I haven't even actually seen the final numbers on. We were working on them actually over the weekend in regards to President Biden's State of the Union, and then with them dropping their budget. And we're trying to make the math work, which seems to be the routine here. So I have a lot of boards. The theme is actually really simple on a couple conceptual levels. Okay, so the president basically said, hey, the Medicare Trust Fund, we're going to do something about it. Great. 7 years or so from now, the Medicare Trust Fund is emptied. But the Medicare Trust Fund is really, we often refer to it as the Part A, there's actually a couple slivers of it, is about a third. It's just the hospital portion. The rest comes out of the general fund. But did you notice how the president stood right there, basically said you're not allowed to talk about Social Security, you're not allowed to talk about reforming it, you're not allowed to talk about the fact that in 8 or 9 years it's gone, and the amount of that dwarfs dramatically the scale of the shortfall of Medicare. But understand, you got the Transportation Trust Fund, it's going empty, you got the Medicare Part A, and then the big kahuna is Social Security, and those all happen within the next 9 years. And the intense frustration of the president's speech is, once again, it was a campaign speech, and it got to talk to the voters out there. Are you for sale? Because you were promised lots of things with your own money. So here's the reality. We're going to borrow the money, or we're going to raise the taxes. I'm going to show you the tax calculations are a complete fraud. We're going to buy your votes with your own money, and then we're going to borrow a boatload of the spending that's going to crush your retirement and crush your kids and your grandkids. Yay, go America. All right, once again, we're back to sort of setting records. If you actually subscribe to my daily debt, we send out a text message every single day with what's going on. And we don't make, I mean, it's not our opinion, it's right off the Treasury's website. We just grab it and we give you the two numbers so you actually understand it. We say, hey, for this fiscal year, because remember, we play some games at the end of the fiscal year and the timing effect where, like they did last year, where they rolled back the money from the Supreme Court ruling in regards to student loans, but they rolled it back in to push down the total number because they had done it up the previous fiscal year. There's all sorts of games. But we also give you one which it's just a running clock. It's the 365, this year, 366-day clock, and it just runs, and you get to see both of them. And right now, if you tell the truth and use the gross number, because we pay interest to the trust funds, and we're functionally the only industrialized country in the world that lies on this, where we borrow our own money, we pay it interest, and then we pretend, well, that's off the books. It's why if you look at OECD, they actually have the United States now closer to 144% of debt to GDP, because they don't allow accounting games like we do internally. We're borrowing over $95,000 a second. If you actually look at the run rate right now, last 365 days, or 366 if you throw in the leap year, we've borrowed over $3 trillion. I'm trying to find a nice way to emphasize that word. $3 trillion in the running last year. And I think I have it in one of my charts here, but if I don't, I'll just say it right now. When the president published their budget, is anyone paying attention how the game is working? We're starting to understand the game. So several months ago, when the preliminary budget numbers were put out by the White House, hey, we're going to borrow $1.5 trillion, 1.6. Wink, wink, nod, nod. The number came out, what was it, yesterday? Earlier today. Says, well, it looks like we're closer to 2.1, 2.2. But if you then look at the rest of their math, it's going up higher than that. It looks like actually, if you actually do the gross, it really is going over the $2.8 trillion. Do we do this to lie to the bond markets or each other, or is it just so the idiot class, in Washington basically quotes the old number? But does anyone understand when you see movements of numbers that are functionally $1 trillion? The burn rate right now is we're borrowing $1 trillion about every 125 days. Does that get anyone's attention? So we're going to walk through a number of these slides, and then when we get down to the end here, forgive me for moving these, we're going to actually do some slides trying to take a look at the president's budget they dropped just a few hours ago and our base math. So I'm going to run through many of these really quickly because there was a number of things said during the President's State of the Union address that were just bizarre. They're urban folk legend, but as we've seen in this town, if you say a lie enough times, it starts to become baseline political discussion. What happened after the TCJA? That's the tax reform that happened in December 2017. And there's two reasons for doing this. I want to show that the vast majority of where the tax cuts were for the working middle class, and that the U.S. tax code got more progressive. The wealthy, the top tiers, the top actually couple tiers in the United States of income, today pay a higher percentage of the federal income tax than they did before 2017. And I probably should say this now so I don't forget it. I believe there's a scam. You know, so often we go home and we have people that they meet you at, you know, you're at the grocery store, you're at Walmart, Costco, whatever, someone comes up to you, and they have the latest conspiracy theory. Or the number of times these things are just filled with them. I'll give you one that's not a conspiracy theory, it's math. If you take the president's speech and say, we're going to tax rich people. Remember, I've come to this floor multiple times and shown you what happens when you do tax maximization of those over $400,000, and you can't even close anything close. You get about 1.5% of GDP. This year, we're basically borrowing, what, 9.6% of the GDP? Is, I mean, does anyone do some basic math, see the difference? We got a problem. But it's great political rhetoric, both on the right and the left, because, you know, we're a populous country now. Tax the rich people. Great. Doesn't get you anywhere near where you need to be. So when we get near the end of this decade, Social Security trust fund's empty, transportation trust fund's empty. If the president got his way, we've tax maximized just to cover the shortfall in the Medicare trust fund. Where do you get the money? I will lay a marker down today. By the end of this decade, this country will have a VAT tax, a value-added tax, just like the rest of the industrialized world, just like Europe, just like everyone else. And at that moment, the working middle class, that hardworking middle class, will be poor. And that's the scam that's going on, because that's where the money is. And so you have this dancing, and it works politically. Think about this. As the wealthier and better educated have moved more to the Democrat Party, working people have moved to the Republican Party. Depending on who's in power at the end of this decade, be prepared. If you don't make some of these policy changes that change the cost of health care, there's no mathematical way you make it out of this decade without kicking the working class in the heads. And that's what's going on. So let's walk through some of this. Okay. So over here, you got to understand one of the key things that happened when we did tax reform. You functionally took half of the society, half the working people in this country. Now they're poor working people, understand, but half of them pay almost no income taxes. Okay? But you get over here to that top 1%, and yeah, they had a huge tax cut. They went from 26.8 to 25.6. But we also removed a whole bunch of other deductions. We're going to talk about that. So it's always amusing here when you have our brothers and sisters from high-tax states saying, we want SALT because it goes mostly to really rich people and they write us checks. So we're going to blaze through these because we got a lot to do tonight. Did this last week, want to make the point, this number is now wrong. Our estimate is we're going to have interest this year, this fiscal year, of $1.1 trillion. $1.1 trillion of interest in the 2024 fiscal year means Social Security is number one spend at $1.45 trillion. Interest will be number two. Medicare will be number three. Defense is now number four. You all heard that in the president's speech, right? And I keep trying to make the point over and over and over that it's not just those of us who think it's more ethical to do gross interest. If you even do net interest. Now, that means you pretend you didn't pay any interest to Social Security Trust Fund, Medicare Trust Fund, Transportation Trust Fund, Railroad Retirement Trust Fund. all the others. You just say, you borrowed the money, you didn't pay anything. We're just going to keep that off the books. Just the interest you pay out to those people who bought U.S. debt, bonds, T-bills, notes. That's still the second highest spend. But that would be inconvenient to go out and tell the truth, wouldn't it? So, I'm laying myself on the line. I believe if you look at the trend line, even from the budget office at the White House, the amount they have keep revising the number, there's a very good chance total gross interest, total gross debt, borrowing this year, 2.8 trillion, it could actually kiss up to 3. Now, why is this such a big deal? Think about it. Why is this such a big deal? Didn't we just have a gentleman standing behind that microphone telling us how great the economy was? How great all the spending was? How much it had moved the economy? Okay, GDP is actually reasonable. It's actually pretty good right now. How is it possible? You're running a $3 trillion deficit in a time when the economy is supposedly doing well. Do you understand? These are deficits that would have been in the middle of the pandemic. The wheels have come off, and this place isn't willing to actually deal with the reality. When we can't even do a deficit commission, when we sit here and fight for months over things that would be rounding errors, really uncomfortable to say, if you're borrowing like $9 billion a day, and we're going to shut the place down for months over $16 billion, does anyone see a math problem? We basically burnt this place down for a couple days of interest, borrowing. So let's actually walk through what's about to happen to each of you. We use 2026 because that's the year you're going to pay your taxes. Next year, a number of the provisions of the tax reform from December 2017 expire. You got it? So let's walk through. Let's say you are a middle American. You're basically working your sides off. You right now you have a 24% tax rate. Okay, congratulations, you go up to 28. If you're one of those top earners, you now have functionally a 37% tax rate. You're going to 39.6. All the marginal tax rates go up, and that happens next year. So the moment this election is over, the negotiations begin on this. And it will matter who's in the Senate Finance, who's in the House Ways and Means Committee, because the math takes off. So let's actually go a little bit further. Expiring 2025 tax provisions. Standard deduction. If you are single, you get a $14,600 deduction. That goes away next year. And that standard deduction goes to $8,300. Anyone see a problem? Married, you get a $29,200 deduction today. A year from now, that's gone. You go to $16,600. Sure glad the president spent a bunch of time talking about how we were going to protect the middle class and make the economy continue to grow. So just a baseline, the baseline number, and this is already the law. You're a single individual, you make $60,000. You will pay $1,794 more. $1,794 at the end of next year. That's the law. It's already baseline. So you understand the crazy amount of spending it was talked about behind that microphone last week. They're already relying on your taxes going up. So let's walk through a couple other things so people understand. Expiring 2025 tax provisions, pass-throughs. Any of you have an LLC? You know, a family business, a side hustle? You have a little LLC, you make some income? You do some consulting? Maybe you're a fancy subchapter S corporation. Maybe you're a partnership. Maybe you're one of those employee-owned type businesses. You understand. Current status, you get to deduct equal to 20%. Yeah, that was trying to find a way to make it equal so you had the same fairness for subchapter C corporations, or chapter C corporations. That's gone. Your taxes are going up a whole bunch if you're an LLC or a pass-through. Employer credit for paid leave goes away next year. Just goes away. Right now, credit up to 25% for up to 12 weeks. You get a 25% credit. That was one of the incentives that was built into the 2017 tax reform. It expires, it goes away. I'm sure glad this place is stepping up and understanding the expiring provisions and the kick in the head that will be to the working class, because we're making the numbers work, right? All right, another one. Expiring 2025 provisions. State and local tax deductions. Now, those of you from high-tax states, you're giddy. The deduction right now is capped at $10,000, and it goes back. It goes back to as high as you want. The great irony here is when you have the Bernie Sanders of the world who basically say, this is a tax cut, tax deduction for the ultra-wealthy, because almost the vast majority, years ago I came back and did the charts on this, and it was somewhere in the 80, almost 90+% went to really the top 1 or 2% of income earners. Watch how many of our friends on the left, our Democrat colleagues, fight like crazy for this, even though it's a complete violation of every principle they claim, except it happens to be their constituents and their contributors. All right, let's have a little more darkness here. Expiring 2025 tax provision, child tax credit, and credit for other dependents. Right now you get a couple $1,000s, and it phases out when you get around that $400,000. And next year, it's no longer $2,000, it goes to $1,000. And it starts to phase out at $110,000, not $400,000. This is already the law. This is what's coming. I was delusional. I thought the president would actually talk about, hey, these are the things I'm willing to support in the tax reform and its extensions. Current status, you get $500 per dependent. It's gone. That's gone. Expiring 2025 tax provisions, and some more stuff that's expiring. Current status, 100% of first year's bonus deduction through 2022. This is what we did a couple weeks, 2 months ago now. It's still sitting in the Senate, where we were just trying to fix some of the bonus depreciation, because it turns out, all right, I'm going to backtrack on myself, but this is important. When you hear some of us come behind the microphone and talk about being able to deduct research and development, you realize that's not a deduction, that's a depreciation, it's a timing effect. You get to take it over 5 or 7 years that you spent all this money developing a new technology, or you can take it today. But you still take it as a deduction. The difference is, if you do it over 5 years, you have to finance your cost. And in today's environment, that financing has got much more expensive. Just like expensing, you buy a new piece of equipment so you're more productive, so you can pay your workers more, so you can grow the economy and grow your business. Depreciating that piece of equipment, do you do it in 1 day or 7 years? It's still the same depreciation. The difference is, if you do it over 7 years, you have to finance the piece of equipment. If you do it in the first year, you can take it now, and the reinvestment cycle gets dramatically faster. That's why you are seeing productivity shoot up. Is that an expense to the government? I mean, for our tax collections, it's a timing effect. If you do it in the 10-year window, it hits, but if you use a perpetual horizon, it's the same thing. And the economics say you get actually more growth. And please understand, one of the great advocates for doing the expensing was I think this ultra-conservative president, what was his name? Oh yeah, Barack Obama. Part of this was his idea. Just understand the expensing is gone. So now we need to talk about, I'm so glad the president basically said, we're not going to touch Social Security. We're not going to talk about it. In the budget they just dropped, they did actually put out money for the Medicare Trust Fund, but there's nothing there for Social Security. Why am I the only idiot who keeps coming behind these microphones and saying in 8 or 9 years we double senior poverty? It's immoral. But is it just immoral for me? I don't understand why our brothers and sisters don't walk around here and understand. We already have lots of data about the number of baby boomers who are ending up homeless right now because they weren't prepared, because they were renters for what was happening in their rent costs. The spike of homeless baby boomers. And in 8, 9 years, Social Security Trust Fund, you get a 25% cut. If you're an average working couple in America, that's $17,400 cut. You double senior poverty. And I did multiple presentations here, but I did a big one 3 weeks ago. I had almost 250,000 views, or at least 200,000+ views on YouTube. So someone cared enough to watch. Now, many of the comments were insane. That basically showed the Democrats' proposal of just raise the cap. It doesn't get you anywhere close to covering the shortfall. Here, I'll do this backwards. The very first year, so this, my math is this is in 2033, but they want me to use 2034 because that's the vetted number. The first year, the shortfall is $616 billion. We know this is coming. Really crappy to talk about when you're out there campaigning because God knows we don't want to tell our voters the actual truth of how hard and how difficult what's coming at us is, but it's math. It's real. Raise the cap on $400,000 and up, and you only cover about a quarter of this. You still double senior poverty. And that's the morality of this place. And look, it's not Republican or Democrat. It's demographics. We got old. We only have a fraction of the workers. We got an update, what was it, on Friday? Was it a week ago Friday? U.S. fertility rates have collapsed again, so we're down to like 1.63. Basically, that math means in 15 years, the United States has more deaths than births. All these things are fixable. And I'm just exhausted. I keep coming behind these microphones seeing if anyone cares. Is it too hard to tell the truth? When I even have some of the what's a nice way to say the Republican industrial establishment fighting like crazy to stop a debt and deficit commission because they're terrified that one of the special interests that finances their group might actually have to step it up? Does anyone actually care about the country? This is the type of crap that takes down a republic. And it's not my feelings. It's not Republican math. It's not Democrat math. It's demographics. It's what we are. And here's the chart I get the most complaints about, and happens to be maybe the one, and it's already out of date. Because we no longer think this number is a $116 trillion deficit in 30 years. We now think it's closer to 130. So it gives you an idea. This chart now is 3 years out of date. 100% of the borrowing from today through the next 30 years. 100% of the borrowing from today through the next 30 years. Interest. Healthcare costs, Medicare. And then if the decision is to backfill Social Security, that's what you get. And it always goes silent. And you always get, David, no one wants to see that board. David, I've actually had a member come up to me angrily in the elevator once saying, you got to stop doing that. I had to actually face a question at one of my town halls about that chart. but it's facts. And once again, a couple weeks ago, because I'm an idiot, I came here and showed the chart that says Social Security, you and your spouse, you and your partner, you get back every dime, plus about a $70,000 spiff. Now, it's a crap rate of return. You would have done so much better if you'd been allowed to take a little sliver and put it in the markets, but that ship sailed 20 years ago. Medicare, for every dime you put in, you're functioning now getting close to getting $5 back. That's the primary driver. We're not supposed to talk about that, but that's the primary driver. And think about what happened. And this is my point I've made for years here. We talk about health care as a financing issue, not as a reducing the cost of delivering health care. Obamacare, ACA, it was a financing bill. It was who had to pay, who got subsidized. The Republican alternative was a financing bill. It was who got subsidized, who had to pay. Medicare for All is a financing bill. None of these are about what we pay. And I will argue there's an incredible morality out there that could be bipartisan. Taking on obesity, taking on diabetes being 33% of all healthcare spending in this country. What would happen if we could actually make a huge dent in that? It would be the most powerful thing you could do for U.S. sovereign debt. Income inequality, family formation, and just the morality of society. But instead, we don't talk about fixing health. We talk about how we're going to raise taxes to finance more of it. Is this place completely void of the ability to think? So let's get into a couple of these charts that I've only had a little glimpse at because we were building these off the president's budget that was delivered today. And look, you've all seen the press coverage. Oh, the president proposes, the Congress disposes. They're not going to. But that's not the point. What's in there is they give you the latest baselines. They're supposed to be honest about the baselines. And I started with showing the chart and then actually showing that 7 months ago, we're actually now $700 billion more in borrowing, and it keeps, every time they update, it keeps going up. Comparing debt held by the public, projections in CBO's baseline estimate to 2025, budget resolution, from the budget resolution and the 2025 president's budget, we got a math problem. We're basically missing each other's numbers. And if you do it over a decade, understand, the baseline looks like at the end of the decade, we're going to be well over $48 trillion. But that makes sense. If we're clicking off $1 trillion about every 125 days, you really think the credit markets are going to keep loaning us money at favorable interest rates when we're staring down $50 trillion at the end of this decade? Remember, we're supposed to be working on the 2025 budget. Comparing revenue projections in the CBO baseline estimates for the 2025 resolution and the 2025 president's budget, well, and then you take that and stretch it out over the 10 years, so take it out to 2034. President's FY budget projects $70 trillion in deficit spending through 2034. And look, that's just stunning because, believe it or not, that's like $7 trillion higher than the Congressional Budget Office. Now, we're just now starting to break in. All I can tell you is they have a number on there that's just stunning, and we're trying to figure out where to come from. How is that possible? So that's $7 trillion higher. That's what it is. And look, we keep going over and over and over, and we're going to do another presentation in a couple of weeks where we'll actually try to make this much more understandable. But the point I'm going at, and when I get through these, I'll try to close on this, Madam Speaker. The president promised us lots and lots of new taxes. No one has begun to do the estimations of what it does to the economy. Yet there was almost no discussion of what we're going to do to make health care actually more affordable. We're going to play the con job of we're just going to raise taxes from one group, put it over to the other group, and we're going to pretend that you can shore it up by taxing rich people. Okay, fine. I'm not bleeding for rich people. What I'm bleeding for is the fact that once you use their wealth to shore up the Medicare trust fund, how do you plan to take care of Social Security, which is 3/4 of the problem? So 3 times bigger? But you were willing to talk about the 1/4. But I guess it's called good politics. I'm sure they polled it all before they got there. But you start to looking at the total cumulative receipts. Remember, we don't actually have tax collections. We call them receipts. That's actually the proper term in the tax world. We actually have a mismatching problem where the president's budget basically keeps saying somehow they're going to have $7 trillion more tax receipts than the CBO baseline. So we're going to dig into this and try to understand where does it come from? Because it's not only CBO, it's also the fiscal budget. And somehow there's this magic money that appears over the rest of this decade. All right, 2 more of these. And it always helps if you put it the right side up. Total difference in receipts. And we start to understand they expect substantially higher income taxes. Okay, get ready, gang. Corporate taxes are also higher. Payroll taxes. Now, that's the one that has stayed fairly flat in the way of these new projections. And that's what actually finances our Social Security. That's actually what finances, up till recently, our Medicare Part A. The numbers just don't line up. I'm not going to even make you suffer with that. Madam Speaker, back to the point at hand. In 9 years, maybe 8 years, we double senior poverty. The president said he wants to raise taxes rather dramatically on people with $100 million, because apparently if you have $100 million, you're a billionaire. Which, okay. And that may be enough money to shore up part of the Medicare trust fund. But once again, the vast majority of Medicare spending is general fund spending. That's actually what drives, that's the single biggest driver, that and now interest, of our debt and deficits. But did you all see the stunt like last year and now again this year of, well, you're not allowed to talk about Social Security, so they're willing to double senior poverty. My simple projection is one, this Congress has decided to put the bond market in charge of this government, because the first moment the bond market doesn't want our borrowing, because remember, $95,000 a second is what we're borrowing. That's about $9 billion a day is what we're borrowing. We're going to borrow, and understand, we've actually had a couple months so far this year where we had to borrow money to pay the interest. Madam Speaker, I'm going to yield back because I'm bewildered. I'm not sure anyone cares anymore. But these numbers are going to wipe us out, and making crap up to win the next election is immoral. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Schweikert. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Phyllis McCormick, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks, including extraneous material on the subject matter of the special order hour. It is with great honor that I... Oh, sorry. Go ahead. It is with great honor that I rise today to co-anchor the CBC Special Order Hour with member Jonathan Jackson from the great state of Chicago, Illinois. For the next 60 minutes, we have a chance to speak directly to the American people on issues of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, Congress, the constituents we represent, and all Americans, the health and well-being of American Black men and boys. I would like to yield to my colleague, the Honorable Representative Payne from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, let me first thank the young lady from Florida, Ms. Schiffers from McCormick, for allowing me the opportunity to speak today, and also the gentleman from Illinois, her great partner, the Honorable Jonathan James, who comes from a lineage of great service to this nation. I'm here tonight because of the topic. I was once a black little boy. And so the topic is very, very important to me. Because you see, in this nation, Mr. Speaker, it seems that there's a race going on. And it appears that sometimes the young men in my community don't receive the same consideration, the same opportunities, the same benefit of the doubt that other young men are allowed to have. And so I'm here to talk a bit about that. The young lady that has brought us here today, the Honorable Gentlelady from Florida, Frederica Wilson, has been a consummate advocate for young boys, black men and young boys. So I want to thank my good friend, Congresswoman Frederica Wilson, for tonight. She's a strong supporter in efforts to improve the health of black males. She created and now serves as chairwoman of the House Caucus on the Commission for the Social Status of Black Men and Boys. She founded this caucus to uncover these social disparities that affect black men's health in our country. And that caucus does exceptional work to address these issues that lower the life expectancy of black men, such as gun violence, mental illness, and the lack of access to quality health care. In fact, Congresswoman Wilson has done more to improve black men's health than most black men. That is why I am honored to be here today to support her. The health of black males is particularly important to me for 2 reasons. As a black congressman, I want to do everything I can to improve the health and well-being of black men. I am the co-chair of 3 different congressional caucuses that deal with health care. The Men's Health Caucus, the Colorectal Cancer Caucus, and the Peripheral Artery Disease Caucus. And I understand the disparities in healthcare that exist for Black men and all Black Americans. Studies show that Black Americans do not get the same health care on the average as our counterparts in this country. And it causes too many members of our community to die from preventable diseases. Today, Black men born after 1960 have a life expectancy of 61. To quote Congresswoman Wilson, we do not even live long enough to collect our Social Security. The second and most important reason is that I am diabetic, and I have to monitor my health on a daily basis. Unfortunately, too many Black men do not monitor their health on a consistent basis, and that is one reason the life expectancy of Black men is so low. They fail to get regular checkups and health screenings. They wait to see a doctor until they have a reason. And that can allow a minor health issue to become a major one. So I could go on about this issue because it means so much to me as a Black man, but I do not. I'd love to give my colleagues here the opportunity to express their concern about this very, very important issue. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Representative Payne. I would like to yield to my colleague from the great state of Florida, Ms. Frederica Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm honored to be here on the floor of the U.S. Capitol to kick off this most special order hour on Black men and boys. I am Congresswoman Frederica Wilson, Chair of the U.S. Commission on the Social Status of Black Men and Boys, and the Congresswoman representing Florida's 24th District, but you can call me Frederica Prevention Wilson because that's what I do. I believe, like Frederick Douglass, it's easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. Thus, as a woman, and even during Women's History Month, I want to take a moment to talk about our fathers, our brothers, our uncles, and our sons. We have wasted far too much time allowing conditions to fester that work to break Black men and extinguish the lives of Black boys before they become men. I refuse to allow Black men to be among the highest mortality rates, on average dying before they can collect their Social Security checks. I refuse to let this happen on my watch. I have to speak up. And as members of Congress, we have to speak up. So those of us who are here tonight are here to speak up for Black men and boys. This is such an important topic, near and dear to my heart, because of what we're doing, committing to make 2024 the year of Black men and boys. I want to take a moment and thank my fellow members of the Congressional Black Caucus, of the Commission on the Social Status of Black Men and Boys, for being here tonight, because we have so much work to do. Developing strong Black men is my life's work. For over 30 years ago, I started the 5,000 Role Models of Excellence, a mentoring organization committed to supporting all boys, but particularly black boys. The 5,000 Role Models of Excellence had an event just last month where we continued our work to improve the relationship between black boys and our Miami area police, because we all know that the tension that exists between the police and black men. And we all know that no matter how many laws we pass, they can only work when we change the tenor, the heart, and compassion of both sides, because the tension has always existed long before we have all been alive. Since slavery, it has existed. Oftentimes, I ask people to raise their hand if they want to change places with a black boy in America, and no one ever raises their hand. Why? Because we all know and see the issues they face. That's why I'm so grateful to be standing on the floor of the House talking to the people of the United States about how to break those tensions between our youth and the police. The relationship with police are one of the many issues that uniquely affect black men. And it's something all of us, whether that be the White House, members of Congress, or leaders in our community, must never stop addressing. I can recall at the start of my career as an elementary school teacher, I remember watching how my fellow teachers treated black boys. I vividly remember that if a black boy accidentally knocked a book off the desk, the teacher would be livid, scold him for knocking down the book, and punish him with detention. If anyone else other than a black boy knocked the book off the teacher's desk, the teacher's response was completely different. They would say, "It's okay, I'm sure you didn't see it," and class would proceed. It was crazy. And then Secretary of Education Lamar Alexander came to my school at the behest of President Bush to declare that the 5,000 Role Models of Excellence was a model for the nation. It was a great day in Miami-Dade County Public Schools. They labeled it a Break the Mold program. In Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, President Clinton honored the program as part of America's Promise Alliance, and all the living presidents were there. We were declared a teaching example for the nation, and I went on to record commercials for HBO explaining the importance of black men becoming mentors for black boys. The commercials were shown all over the world. The 5,000 Role Models of Excellence program is a program that we must all remember. We are all over Florida, in Detroit, Michigan, headed to the Bahamas, Birmingham, Alabama, and Los Angeles, California. To date, the 5,000 Role Models of Excellence has funded full college scholarships for nearly 300,000 young men and has uplifted many black men who are now doctors, Capitol Police officers, lawyers, city commissioners, county commissioners, college presidents, members of our federal agencies, and the leaders of today and tomorrow. And we have receipts. This is why I want all black men and boys we want to level the playing field and open the doors of opportunities for them. I invite members of Congress, other politicians, universities, school systems, philanthropists, artists, entertainers, and cities to start their own chapters of 5,000 role models. Because I have a dream. I have a dream just like Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream. I have a dream that we can end mass incarceration. I have a dream that we can end gun violence. The list goes on. And in my mind, I don't see an issue more important than this one, because we can uplift black men and boys and put them on a path to success. We can change the course of this country. I believe that if the black voters of this country, especially men, knew that there is a commission on the social status of black men and boys, we would not be talking about their vote. Just a couple of weeks ago, I met with the Commission on the Social Status of Black Men and Boys, including Councilwoman Kristen Clark, who serves as United States Assistant Attorney General, Reverend Al Sharpton, and our new Gen Z Congressman Maxwell Frost, who all eagerly put forth ideas, bringing the weight of their essential work to this issue of black men and boys. One thing was clear in that meeting. It is long overdue for us to address the disparities affecting black men and boys. The crime bill, welfare reform, it's long overdue. Education, college scholarships, access to jobs and housing. And the number one issue is prevention. We must remember prevention. My name is Congresswoman Frederica Prevention Wilson, and I approve this message. Thank you so much to all of you who have joined us this evening, and we look forward to you working with us and the Congressional Black Caucus to uplift black men and boys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Frederica Wilson. I would like to now yield to Congressman Danny Davis.
All right. Walk right in. Thank you. Walk right up. And thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding. And I want to thank my colleague, Representative Frederica Wilson from the great state of Florida, for conceptualizing, dreaming up, thinking up, and putting into play not only the opportunity for a discussion, but the tremendous work and the great record she has achieved on behalf of African American boys and men as she continues to represent her entire district. I trust that those of you who are watching are in good health and good spirits, because our country is facing one of its most difficult periods in the history of America. There is tremendous friction, anxieties, different approaches to doing things. And I think every day as I try and represent the 759,000 individuals who live in a very diverse area called the 7th Congressional District of Illinois. Some of the wealthiest people in America live along the Gold Coast, the Magnificent Mile. Some of the most disadvantaged individuals live on the south and west sides of Chicago, areas that were devastated during the period of movement action, especially after the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. As an elected official, I try to balance the concerns of all these different individuals, all of their hopes, their aspirations, recognizing their issues, their problems, and their concerns. And while I represent every aspect of the district, Chinatown, what used to be called Jewtown, Little Italy, an Italian community, Ukrainian village, a Ukrainian community, large African American community, suburban areas, lots of issues, lots of problems, tremendous needs, lots of hopes and aspirations. African American males are at the forefront of these issues and these problems for many various reasons that I won't even attempt to really characterize or go into. But oftentimes when you look at quality of life and those things that are indicators of quality of life, the most disproportionately number of individuals incarcerated, African American males, the individuals who drop out of school without graduating, African American males, the unemployed. We brag about a less than 4% unemployment in our country, but the highest level of unemployment, African American males. And so something has to be done beyond the average, beyond the norm. And so we need programs, but we really need to keep working on reducing poverty. Many of these individuals live in poverty-stricken areas, poverty-stricken homes, single-parent homes, areas where the schools are not as good as they might be in other areas. So we need special consideration, special treatment. We need to make sure that low-income families can get a real child tax credit like we enacted for the year 2021, where individuals who earned $75,000 or less were able to achieve for their children under $600, $300 a month. That helped a great deal. Of course, if they were 6 and over, under 17, $250. That helped a great deal. So what can we do that relates to the needs of African American men and boys? We can enact a serious child tax credit. We have institutions called PBIs as well as historically black colleges and universities. I attended one, and I credit it with saving my life or my being or putting me in a position. But we can also do some things ourselves. Put more focus on reading. I think if a child, young person, learns to read and like it, they then can fly as high as their understanding and imagination will take them. One of the reasons that I stand here tonight as a member of the House of Representatives is because I learned to read when I was a little boy. And I loved it. And the more I read, the more I wanted to read. The more I learned, the more I wanted to learn. Of course, my father used to tell us, the more you learn, the more you realize how little you know. And so education is the cornerstone, the key. And that's one of the reasons that I just love Representative Frederica Wilson, because she has been an outstanding educator and has taken what she knew, brought it here to us in the House of Representatives, brought it from Florida to Washington, and now people all over the country are trying to emulate her the 500 she started, African-American male role models, boys who were put into special programs and special activities, and I commend her for that. The last thing that I will say is, in order to deal effectively with the problems associated with being an African-American male, I've been told that where there is righteousness in the heart, there's beauty in the character, meaning that if there is righteousness where we make decisions here in Washington, D.C., our activities will follow that righteousness. We will come up with the laws, appropriate the money, and make sure that every individual in our country have the opportunity to grow, develop, to become whatever their manhood, womanhood, hard work, and ambition combines to make them. That is the promise of America. And so I thank you so much and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Congressman. I would like to yield to my colleague, Honorable Lucy McBath from Congressional District in Georgia.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to Representative Shurflis McCormick and Representative Jonathan Jackson for presiding over this critical hour this evening. I want to thank my colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus, as well as the Commission on the Social Status of Black Men and Boys, but in particular, our chairwoman, Frederica Wilson. As a proud commissioner and a founding member, I am always grateful for the opportunity to speak in support of the vital work that this commission is undertaking. Just last week, President Biden stood in this very chamber and he spoke of the transformational moment that happened 59 years ago in Selma, Alabama, as brave, nonviolent activists marched for justice and equality. We remembered our late friend and former colleague, John Lewis, whose presence and influence this legislative body just really misses every single day. The world has changed for Black men and boys in America since John Lewis was beaten and bloodied on a bridge in Selma, Alabama. But it is no secret that Black men and boys continue to face unjust hurdles in this country. The reality is that the life expectancy for Black men is among the lowest in the country. Most Black men do not live long enough to even collect Social Security. Black men are incarcerated at the highest rates, and Black men suffer disproportionately from income and education inequality, unemployment, health disparities, police violence, and gun violence. I know these realities all too well. My son, Jordan Davis, was a victim of a culture of implicit bias and racism. A culture that teaches to shoot first and ask questions later. A culture that claimed the life of my son before he was even 18 years of age. I think about the trajectory of my son's life and what his future was supposed to look like. I dreamed of watching him graduate from high school and going on to college and starting a family of his own. Jordan should be living out his life and shaping his own legacy right now. I should never have had to bury my son. I've never should have had to bury my child and carry out a legacy in his name that works to save as many lives as I possibly can. But that is why I am here as a congresswoman, to fight for the rights of young boys that look just like my son Jordan, to provide policy solutions that will keep them safe and allow them to grow into adulthood, to prevent mothers from having to answer the same phone call that I did when I was told that my son would never, ever come home again. And that is why I am a founding member of this commission. Since its inception, the commission has searched for ways to address these inequities, from education to employment, housing to health care, justice to civil rights. And I'm very proud of the work that we're doing, lifting up the stories of Black men and boys who desperately need our support. In particular, I'm heartened by the progress that we are making on gun violence prevention. Accomplishments that I helped to pass, such as the historic Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first comprehensive gun violence prevention package passed in almost 30 years in this country. That package included aspects of my Federal Extreme Risk Protection Order Act, and it also includes $750 million in crisis prevention funding over 5 years and $250 million for community violence intervention funding to give our communities the resources that they've been crying out for. Millions of dollars have already been provided to nonprofits and community groups to keep our neighbors safe and whole. But we need to continue to do so very much more. Last fall, I was honored to speak from the White House press briefing room the day after President Biden announced the creation of the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, which is overseen by Vice President Harris. This is a direct result of our sustained advocacy to President Biden and members of this administration, and I am very pleased that I was able to advise President Biden and his administration on two close allies to help lead this office: Rob Wilcox with Everytown for Gun Safety and Greg Jackson with Community Justice Action Fund. I've held many roles in my life. I'm the daughter of civil rights leaders. I've been a flight attendant. I'm a wife and a mother. And at this moment, I am still a mother who is deeply concerned about the future generations of Black men and boys. And this cause, I will say, belongs to all of us. Just last week, as distinguished guests arrived to hear the President's address, I was heartbroken and disheartened to hear firsthand from a young Black man being discriminated against in his school over his locks. And for those of you who don't know what locks are, that's hair. He's not been allowed to learn alongside his peers in the classroom and is instead being separated and held for in-school suspension. Even with the progress that we have made, our young Black boys face increasing hate on the streets and in our communities every single day. Places that should foster learning and help them to flourish are attempting to break down their souls and tell them that they are not worthy of their own bright futures. This is absolutely unacceptable. We must work harder than ever before to speak in one voice and demand the change that is so desperately needed in this country. And I am grateful to my colleagues in this Congress. I am so grateful to the Congressional Black Caucus. And I'm so grateful to the Commission on the Social Status of Black Men and Boys to stand in the gap. As elected lawmakers and loving parents, aunts and uncles of young Black men. But one thing I do know, there is nothing more powerful than a Black mother on a mission. And as a Black mother, I will never falter in our work. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Representative McBath. I would like to yield to my colleague, the Honorable Jonathan Jackson from Illinois.
I'd like to thank my colleague, the Honorable Sheila Shirfless McCormick from the great state of Florida. I'd like to thank the Honorable Frederica Wilson for her outstanding work. I'd like to thank my dear friend from the great state of New Jersey, the Honorable Congressman Donald Payne, for his consistency in caring for this truly significant cause. Madam Speaker, tonight as we gather to discuss what is for me a most important area of concern, I am reminded of how overdue and necessary the concern for Black men in this chamber happens to be. If it's true that Black women are the most marginalized, overlooked, and economically oppressed group in America, then it is without cause that Black men are without question the most criminalized and misunderstood. No other community in America has had to deal with the detrimental effects of the prison industrial complex as have Black men. And let me remind my colleagues that 1 in 3 African-American children, boys born after the year of 2001, will spend time in prison over the course of their lifetime in America. It is still the case that 1 in 230 Black boys are detained in juvenile facilities across this country. It is still the case that 1 in 1,000 Black boys will die at the hands of the police in our country. And it is still the case that 1 in 3 Black children live in poverty. The vulnerabilities abound. The misunderstandings amalgamate. The suffering continues. There is simply no other group in America more commodified and policed than are the bodies and souls of young Black men. And yet Black men have been some of the most dedicated devotees to the principles of America than almost any other group. Black men have fought and died in every war this country has ever had. From the Revolutionary War in 1776 to the war in Afghanistan, Black men have stood up for what it means to be an American. Black men have died on the beaches of Normandy and in the killing fields of Vietnam. Black men gave their lives in Korea, then again in both the First and Second World War. Let us not forget the recent deaths of 3 U.S. Army Reserve soldiers, men and women who were killed in Jordan near the Syrian border. And most of the time when Black men were dying for America, America was about the business of denying them both their humanity and their rights. For most of the 248 years of this country, the relationship between Black men and America has been one of unrequited love. When Black men stood up for American independence, America persisted in keeping Black men in slavery and counted them as 3/5 of a person. When Black men fought for the Western expansion of this country, America rewarded Black men by then denying them 40 acres and a mule and access to the homestead grants. When America went off in Europe for war to fight for liberation of England and France against the demonic assault of Hitler and the Nazis, Black men fought for their liberation and other people and then came home to segregation, Jim Crow, and second-class citizenship. America rebuilt Europe but did nothing for Black communities. America rebuilt Japan and left Black men and boys suffering without a national agenda. America defended South Korea but left Black men completely defenseless in the face of unregulated racial violence, and Jim Crow economics. After the Holocaust, America rightly supported the creation of Israel and a homeland for persecuted Jewish people, but left the south side of Chicago, Harlem, parts of Detroit, and all throughout the South, all the places where black men seek refuge and live without proper political and economic consideration. The single greatest factor in the creation of the middle class in this country was the GI Bill. But even after black men fought in the same war that made white men eligible for the GI Bill, black soldiers were consistently denied and impeded from receiving what they deserved as a result of their sacrifices. And this is the unbroken chain of disappointing events. This predictable pattern of historical contradictions, of requited devotion, has peppered and persecuted the humanity of black men unjustly. Today, black men and boys stand as the lone group in America, still waiting for the nation to understand their development to be as an indispensable part of the future of this nation. And as I stand here tonight, I ask my colleagues, where is the National Development Plan for black men and boys? If the nation made a concerted effort to lock up 2 generations of black men and boys in the criminal industrial complex, then surely this nation should dedicate intentional efforts for the restoration of black men from that kind of brokenness. It's unnatural. I think it is about time that the federal government intentionally put black men on the agenda. How is it that the nation can have a plan for everyone else, but it is completely bereft of ideas when it comes to the restoration of black boys? Black children are the only people in America who live in a country that has the second-class schools, first-class prisons, and third-class water infrastructure. We need a legislative agenda that will enhance the lives and future of black men and boys. We need to set aside resources and enact policies that will facilitate the uplifting of a community, the community of black men. And we need to enforce an agenda that will prosecute those who use their power, status, and influence to harm and criminalize those without justification or cause. And one that will recognize the dignity and safety of black men as a national priority. We can start by passing the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. We can start by passing the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act of 2020. I call on every member of the United States Senate to stop playing with the future of black men, because black men are not pawns to be played with on the same battlefields of identity politics, but are rather the children of God just like everyone else in this country. Thankfully, because of President Biden's stewardship of the economy, black unemployment is the lowest it's ever been, but more needs to be done. 1 out of 3 of every black family still have negative wealth or no money, meaning they are in debt, living paycheck to paycheck. 1 out of every 4 black children is born in 1990 will experience the incarceration of their fathers in their lifetime. 1 out of every 6 black boys are suspended from schools. And it is still the case that 1 in 9 black children will enter the foster care system and have to live with the devastation that comes along with that. And this should not be done at the expense of any other community, but should happen in concert with how we address the needs of the disinherited and marginalized amongst us. We have already seen what black men can do when the game is fair and the rules are made public. Black men can excel at sports, not merely because we are physically gifted, but rather because the game cannot be rigged. When the rules are clear and everyone has the opportunity to play by the same standards, we can win. And when the playing field is even and nobody gets to tilt the game in their favor, black men can thrive. And I say to you today, my friends, we need black men to thrive in America. We need all of the genius and creativity that black men have to offer. This nation would be unlivable without the genius of Frederick Douglass and the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. What would America be without the literary power of James Baldwin and Ralph Ellison? This nation would be an incomplete project without what black men have given to this country. So let us recommit ourselves to the expanding future of black men and boys, and in doing so, let us reaffirm our commitment to one another. I yield my time back to the Honorable Sheila Sherfless McCormick.
Thank you so much. I would like to yield to my colleague, the Honorable Troy Carter from Louisiana.
Thank you, Representative McCormick, Madam Speaker, thank you. The treatment of black men and boys in our society is not a new issue. It demands our urgent attention and decisive action. The statistics paint a grim picture. The life expectancy for black men in our country remains staggeringly low. Black men are disproportionately affected by mass incarceration, trapped in a vicious cycle that perpetuates inequality and injustice. Our boys are funneled into a school-to-prison pipeline at an alarming rate. Their future is stolen before they can flourish. Gun violence, health disparities, police brutality, unemployment, educational and income inequalities. These are just some of the burdens that black men and boys disproportionately shoulder in our society. But despite these challenges, we have shown remarkable resilience. We have risen as icons in culture, education, fashion, sports, music, and politics, proving that our potential knows no bounds. However, we cannot be complacent. We must confront the systemic injustices that continue to oppress us and work tirelessly to dismantle the chains of racism and inequality. We must invest in education, healthcare, economic opportunity, and criminal justice reform to ensure that every black man and boy has a chance to survive and, more importantly, to thrive. I fought tirelessly to end healthcare inequities for black Americans. A part of that is taking care of our mental health in the same way we take care of our physical health. I introduced the Medical Health Workforce Act to increase the number of culturally competent mental health care providers in the United States, and will keep fighting to reduce the stigma surrounding mental health care. It's okay to sometimes not be okay. You're not alone. Stand firm and know that if you need help, help is there for you. Recognize that we are a people, and we all have a responsibility to care for each other. Additionally, I am an original co-sponsor of the PSA Screening for Him Act. This bill requires health insurance providers to offer screenings without any cost-sharing requirements for black men or men with a history of prostate cancer between the ages of 55 and 69, those individuals that are at the highest risk. Prostate cancer affects black men in the United States at an alarming rate, but it does not have to be a death sentence. Every year, the black community is disproportionately affected by prostate cancer. Moreover, black men are twice as likely to die from prostate cancer as white men. But when we're diagnosed early enough, the survival rate is 97%. When diagnosed early enough, 90% survival rate. When the engine light in your car goes off, you pull over, you check the oil, you check the fluids, you make sure your cars are right because you don't want your precious engine to be damaged. But when our bodies tell us something is going wrong, we ignore it. Rather, it's mental or physical. We've got to learn to pay attention to that light that indicates something is wrong. And then we have to be bold enough and bad enough to seek help and to know that sometimes it's okay to not be okay. And there's nothing wrong with it. The stigma associated with mental health is too great. And we as a community have to build beyond it. We saw what happened with our young people after COVID. Isolation. Our babies sitting at home with nothing to do but the internet and the dangers and what we see happen as a result of that. You're not alone. The attack is real, and we as a community must do something about it. And the Congressional Black Caucus is doing just that. When we stand up and we fight for our young men and boys to tell them that you will not be a lost cause, that you are not alone, that we believe in you, and we know that you can be successful, and we know that you can be great, and we're going to stand with you through thick and thin, because we know erasers are on pencils for a reason, because sometimes we make a mistake. It's not the mistake, it's how you recover from it. Our society must do better. We must provide better educational opportunities, better economic opportunities, higher wages so people can enjoy a greater quality of life. Supporting black men and boys is not just a moral imperative, it's essential for the prosperity and well-being of our entire nation. Together, let's advocate for change and build a future where every black man and boy can reach their full potential and their God-given talents. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Troy Carter from Louisiana. Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield to myself. Today I rise to discuss a pressing issue that has long lingered in the shadows of society and the reality of health, which is the reality of health disparities that disproportionately impact black men and boys in the United States. It is a grave concern that requires our collective attention, empathy, and most importantly, action. The staggering health disparities faced by black men and boys in the United States demands concrete legislative action. As members of Congress, it is our duty to fight tirelessly to end these disparities through comprehensive and long-term policies that address the root causes of these injustices. We cannot ignore the profound and harsh truth that health and well-being of black men and boys are in jeopardy. We see this truth manifest in the life expectancy gap that persists between black and white men in America. Studies have shown that black men are more likely to experience significantly shorter lifespans than their white counterparts. This is both at birth and at the age of 65, according to the CDC. For white men, life expectancy at birth is about 6 years longer than at 65. However, for black men, that gap is over 9 years, showing that black men are more likely to die prematurely. This is not merely a statistical anomaly, but a symptom of a system that does not address the root causes of these disparities. Such studies have shown that the burden of chronic disease, such as hypertension, diabetes, and heart disease, disproportionately affect black men and boys. This is not a result of a mere circumstance, but rather a consequence of systemic issues, including limited access to quality health care, economic disparities, and racism. Furthermore, diseases like obesity impact black men and boys at alarming rates. Obesity-related health disparities are felt most acutely by underserved populations, including populations and communities of color, low-income communities, and those who live in rural areas. That is why I introduced House Resolution 1047, a resolution alongside my CBC colleague, Gwen Moore, recognizing the urgent need to prevent and treat obesity as a disease to reduce the risk of related diseases and comorbidities amongst the black community. We must acknowledge that healthcare is a fundamental human right, not a privilege dictated by one's racial or ethnic background. To bridge the gap in life expectancy and to address the prevalence of chronic diseases, we must prioritize this issue and allocate resources for preventative care and community health care programs in underserved areas. The mental health crisis amongst black men and boys is also of major concern. The stigma surrounding mental health within the black community often prevents individuals from seeking the help they desperately need. As a result, black men and boys are more likely to suffer in suicide silently, leading to the highest rates of untreated mental health issues and, tragically, a greater risk of suicide. We must champion comprehensive legislation, expanding access to mental health services by allocating funds for mental health awareness campaigns, destigmatization initiatives, and community-based mental health clinics. We can create an environment where black men and boys feel comfortable seeking help when they need it. We cannot turn a blind eye to these horrific disparities any longer. It is our moral imperative to confront the root causes of this crisis and work collectively towards a more equitable and just healthcare system. We must advocate for policies that address socioeconomic inequalities, improve access to education, increase employment opportunities, and eliminate the racial biases that exist within the healthcare system. All these things are possible if members of Congress commit to changing the trajectory of our Black men and our boys. I've been fortunate to raise a Black boy, and I pray every day that he can actually live beyond the odds. And that's going to take more than prayer. That will take actions from all of our colleagues to make sure that all of our children have the same opportunities, regardless of their race, where they live, and where they're from. So I ask my colleagues today to start supporting, allocating funds, and taking affirmative steps to change the trajectory of our Black men and boys, starting with health inequalities, specifically mental health and obesity treatments and comorbidities. Madam Speaker, you've heard from my distinguished colleagues on Black men and boys, all issues of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, our constituents, Congress, and all Americans tonight. With that, Madam Speaker, I motion to adjourn the House at this time.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.